And
Generally, there's a little gap.
come on. Come on.
Says we're live.
Says we're live. Yes. There we go. Yep. All right. It's good. Hello. Welcome. However many people are watching. I don't know how many there are right now. But welcome to Atlantean and TWOOD. That's what the live streams are going to be called now, actually. The weekly live streams.
Until I change my name to actually start making YouTube videos. Whatever that is.
So that's what it's going to be. Just TWOOD.
Yeah.
And we have AFK as well. But
Oh, yes. Hello.
hello.
I am here as well.
I would say she's a special guest, but she's probably going to be a recurring character.
Yeah.
On the streams as well. Because I always ask her. It's like, yeah, you want to stream? Let's have a stream.
More the merrier.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I like having company. Not to make it sound like incredibly lonely or anything.
No, it don't sound like that at all. Not any more than I do, so don't worry about it.
Lane, I'm homesick. When I come home, can I come be Big Spoon?
Maybe. I don't know. All right. I probably should share this again. Oh, not on Facebook, you fuck knob. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck is that?
Yeah, man. What's that?
Are you guys experiencing any lag? Is it working? There's no lag on my part.
Definitely better than last week. Last week, I think there was just a general internet problem for the Northeast.
I think it was the fact that I was not, because I got a new Ethernet cable like I said I was going to. That's why I'm back so late, actually, because fucking everybody's on lockdown.
Yeah,
and
but
fucking
my internet sucked all night though. That night, like it wasn't just the stream; it was just in general.
Yeah.
Sucked. If yours sucked too, then I can only imagine that somewhere along the main lines of the internet.
But even with last Monday's Patreon the Parliament stream, my internet was still. I had to switch over to my phone to cheat. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Is 97 was laughing at me the entire time. It's like, come on, work. So, but so that is why I'm getting back. I got back so late too. I mean, in addition to making a new thumbnail, I made a new thumbnail AFK for the streams.
Is that the one you're using down there?
That's the one That's the one that's on the YouTube.
Oh, sure, yeah. I like it. It kind of has a reminds me of Miami Vice.
I don't know how the fuck to. Yeah, it's that one there. All right, God damn it! I don't know why. No, I'm saying what the fuck is that because Firefox has this. Has a stupid logo at the top of the screen. Not this screen, but my other screen. Showing the little Firefox logo and then a camera and a microphone. It's like telling me that Firefox is using the microphone and the camera, but it has to be. It's stupidly. It's stupid. It's pissing me off because it's hovering. It's hovering right over everything.
Yeah.
God, I'm gonna get into rant mode again, and I don't want to do that. I did that freaking Monday, bitching about the fucking internet. But yes, I'm on an Ethernet cable now. I have it plugged right into the modem.
Hardcore.
Well, yeah, I had to, but it's like, so the reason it took me so long is because we were talking about it last week too. That states locked down, and everybody, it's fucking. I was gonna say it's fucking Friday, but it's fucking Saturday, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh God, I know.
It's Saturday, and everybody's out shopping, and there's friggin' the lines out the Walmart, like because you can't have too many people in the fucking Walmart. No. So,
oh gosh,
I'm not making that up. That is part of.
Yeah, I don't know, man. At this point, even though I haven't really tried to go out much, like the coronavirus is better than this shit. I can't imagine. Like it's just getting to the point where I just want to, I want this to end. Luckily, New Hampshire's not as bad as other states. They're very don't tread on me around here.
Well, you get New Hampshire takes their license plate pretty seriously.
Yeah, live free or die.
It's like you don't have much of a choice there. It's like you know.
Is it really living free if you're forced to live free?
Oops, hang on.
Okay.
Are you really living?
No,
free
I heard what you said.
Okay.
I heard her mutter a bit. I'm like, okay, she is doing something.
Sorry. Yeah, no. My mom was trying to call, and every time someone calls me on the phone, it messes this up. So.
Well, yeah, because the phone being used what it's actually used for kind of takes priority.
I know, how weird, right?
It's like a fax machine that's a printer. It kind of takes priority. It's
who needs phone calls?
I don't know. Same people who need streams. I don't have a fucking clue.
Granted, she could be in a ditch somewhere.
You should be calling somebody.
She could be in a ditch, so she could be having a problem, and you're over here talking with the creepy guys on the internet.
Here's some etiquette, okay? So if it takes more than 3 texts to say one statement, then you should probably call somebody.
Yeah, that's a good idea, actually.
Right?
See, but that's the problem with smartphones. You can make a huge block that technically counts as one text message.
Okay, well, how about?
And then when you send it, it pops up a whole bunch of different ones.
Yeah, 3 sentences. How's that? Yeah, if you're more than 3 sentences, you should probably do the phone call.
I say because she's got a point. It's smartphones don't have. Smartphones aren't Nokias. They don't have that arbitrary 40-character limit, and you have to speak in like a combination of leet speak and lulls just to make your point. Actually, oh God, does anybody remember leet speak?
Yeah,
I fucking hate
around
it. 1337, man.
I hate it. I hated it. I hated it in middle school. I hated it in high school. I hate the fuck out of it now.
Yeah, my YouTube channel name is W07V3R, which was Wolver because I was big on wolves back in the day. And then 3DUX, which is like redux, like when you're doing this. It's really convoluted and really complicated. But the long answer is that I tried to do LEET and I failed horribly. I was very young at the time.
Yeah, I hesitate to. I'm not sure I want to know how young.
Just to let you know, Lane, somebody actually made a programming language out of leet speak.
I believe it, dude.
Yeah.
People are being dark
by saying I has a variable.
I mean,
or sorry, it's an integer or something.
I can has a variable.
Yeah.
Like I can has cheeseburger.
Yeah.
But oh shit. No, what the fuck was I gonna say?
Did you tweet this out by chance?
I tweeted it out once. I didn't make a big I think that's part of my problem when I'm trying to promote. I don't ever, I don't not hype people up. I just tweet out a link and said, "Here, come check it out." I don't bother with a fucking paragraph of text.
I could help you out, but I don't know. Let's see the Twitter account.
You what?
I don't know TWPPD's Twitter account.
His name's Tristan. That's Tristan. Tristan, introduce yourself, man. Be polite.
Well, I've technically met him before, but I don't think I actually caught his name last time either.
Yeah, most of us here probably don't know each other's names. It's okay.
So I would totally pimp you guys, but I don't know your Twitter account.
I don't have a Twitter.
I
have one, but I've never activated it. They still send me emails asking me to activate it. Well, you see, I thought about getting on Twitter back in the Gamergate days to argue, but then I'm like, why am I going
to get on to argue
with people who don't care?
Don't get on Twitter to argue. Yeah. It's like getting on Facebook to sell shit.
Yeah, so I ended up not doing that. I caught some common sense and stopped.
He caught some.
So
yeah, I lost the common sense because I started Twitter.
Yeah.
Okay. Fucking. You know what? Fuck off. I'm not gonna share through fucking YouTube. I hate
I
this.
I put it through Twitter. You don't have to get upset. It's cool. I'm trying to save you.
I appreciate it. Fucking hell. I'm not good at. I don't know. I'm good. The funny thing is, I'm good at writing, but I need to have an idea of what I'm writing. I can't just hype up some fucking. I'm not good at pushing my own content. You know, because I can't even get hyped up about my own stuff. My favorite videos that I've made are the quarantine chats. That's because it's a minute and a half, and you know I'm acting like myself in that minute and a half.
Yeah, it's a quick bit. People can watch it.
Have you seen those though?
I haven't taken a chance yet.
Yeah.
Oh, you've seen? Wait, what?
I've seen a couple of your. You're talking about on YouTube, right?
I'm talking about the little quarantine chats I did. Yes.
Yeah. Those are on YouTube, right?
Yeah, they will be.
Oh, okay, cool. There's a lot of people on here talking about that stuff nowadays. It's like, hey, Chihuahua.
Oh, but it's all
Yeah, I know the hyping stuff. I kind of get a kick out of it because I'm just chilling and hanging with people. And I'm like, I'll pimp you all because I think it's cool that you're all doing that stuff. I'm just, here for fun.
I'm not in the YouTube game to get big. I mean, yeah, sure, it'd be nice, but I want to figure out what I'm doing first when it comes to all of this. Because I didn't start the YouTube thing. I didn't start the Twitter game to get involved with. I mean, obviously, I'm wearing the shirt, and I've been a part of it for a while. But my intent wasn't to get knee deep in all of this. It just sort of happened.
Yeah.
And then I added the hashtag.
I've always been a lurker since Gamergate, but it's like it's the same battle, and it always goes wrong. Like there's never any real conclusion to these things. The two groups never change each other's mind, and
no, they don't.
And one always loses embarrassingly. In the long run, usually.
Yes.
In the short term, the battle's always won by the social justice warriors. In the long term, they lose out.
Okay.
It's like Anita Sarkeesian. She doesn't make any money anymore. Like she was making tons back after Gamergate. She was claiming harassment and all this other shit. And every time she did,
she was fucking doing everything.
Oh, yeah, she'd get more donations on her Patreon. But then, as people stopped caring, her Patreon went down and down. Her views on YouTube, like her most recent video on YouTube, barely getting it's got a couple thousand views, and maybe that's it.
Yeah,
and it's just that she's become irrelevant. She never really contributed anything in the first place, and she wasn't really watched in the first place. Even the people who support her don't watch her because she's boring.
Yeah, she's she has all the I can't even describe her. Or rephrasing, I can describe her. I'm not going to, because it would involve making. Huh?
In a different scenario, if she was actually doing the full YouTuber thing, like making consistent videos, doing live streams, people would probably still take her seriously, even if she had a different opinion from them. It's like she just you could tell she was in it for the quick buck, and now that it's gone, it's like,
oh yeah. Okay, but where the fuck? I'm gonna get my okay. Now that I got this fucking thing going, I'm gonna show you my most recent quarantine chat, Tristan, just because I can. Like I said, I like them because they're short, they're quick. Yeah. The first one I did, I'm not gonna lie. There's a bit of history, but no, I don't want YouTube to send me notifications. I don't even want to use Firefox for this shit. But Chrome doesn't allow me to share the screen. God damn it.
I like Firefox. Chrome sucks.
Chrome.
I don't like Firefox.
I don't get why people don't like Firefox. For most people, I don't understand what the difference is for. I can't see the surface difference that people see when they choose Chrome over Firefox.
It's kind of like I went through a phase back in the day when the browsers were popping up, and different kinds. And
Yeah.
so I was on Firefox for quite a while, but there was a point in time, like like some sort of phase where it wasn't updating properly, and it kept like screwing stuff up for me. So I was like, screw this, and I went to Chrome. And then I just never wanted to go back because I was like, Firefox screwed up, man. And I'm sure it's obviously much better now, but because it messed with me, I'm like, screw it.
What I don't like is that Chrome has encouraged people to create browsers without menu bars.
Oh yeah.
I'm kind of a power user. I want my fucking menu bar, and Chrome just doesn't even have an option for it. Firefox by default doesn't have a menu bar, but 2 clicks and you can re-enable it, right? And I do use my menu bar, so.
I do remember the first time I opened the Chrome browser, I had a moment of panic because I was like, "Oh my god, what did I do? Where'd the bar go?"
Yeah, no, they remove it so you can see more of the web page, but it's like I really don't.
What F11 does or F10 or whatever.
Like that half a centimeter of real estate on the screen is going to make a whole lot of fucking difference. If you need to read that one extra sentence that's gonna be covered by the fucking menu bar, well, have mercy on you.
Yeah, right.
Oh boy.
Firefox is terrible and leaves your system exposed to malware and other viruses. I can count the amount of viruses on my computer with one hand, and that's 0.
But you're also overprotected as it is, Tristan.
I don't use antivirus software.
No, you use the condom on the Ethernet cable, right?
A while and check and see if some bullshit's running on me that's not supposed to be there.
Hey, that's why my new computer isn't working. I killed it in under 5 days. I got it a nasty Trojan or something or malware, and it won't boot now. So I have to take it to somebody who can fix it for me.
Is it a Windows 10 computer?
Yeah.
Don't take it to somebody. Just get somebody who can download you can make a USB drive that has Windows 10 on it for free. Right?
But I don't
have a pen drive. So you get yourself one of these, right?
Wouldn't that mean I have to purchase Windows 10?
If you already have Windows 10 on your computer, it's already a licensed copy.
Oh, so I don't have to like know the information or anything. It'll do its thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh man, I need to find somebody who could do that for me because I don't have the skill.
Well, if you don't have the skill, I'm just saying like I still restore computers. It's like you can keep it on a pen drive. You go to Microsoft's website, you do the download. Maybe takes less than an hour to get it on a pen drive, and then you pop it in and start up the computer. Yeah, like if you're not a power user, it might not be that easy, but computer service people will scam the shit out of you. Antivirus software, I personally like to tell most people that it's bullshit.
Yeah, well, I got a kick out of it because I was talking to my mom, and she's like, "Oh, I've got like a Geek Squad thing on the computer I can always use, to call them if I need to." And I'm like, "Yeah, but if your computer dies, it's kind of a moot point, isn't it? Because you kind of have to be on the computer to use it."
Yeah.
But fun times.
No.
But yeah, I need to get it fixed, and then when I do, it'll be so beautiful. It's a gaming computer that I had built, and it's like supposed to be super awesome, and I can do all the games that I've always wanted to do. But alas, I've torturing myself. Staring at it for over a couple months now.
Yeah, I've used every gaming laptop brand, I think, except for Razer. Because every time I buy a new laptop, I switch brands. But the first brand I've repurchased is Acer, because the Acer Predator series has actually proven to be like the best laptop I've ever owned.
So you game with a gaming laptop?
Yeah. This apartment doesn't have a lot of room, so I don't have a desktop.
That's fine. Yeah.
Despite me having a big old computer collection in the back here, but
I know. I have this thing where I kill a computer and I never want to get rid of the tower. I don't know why, but eventually I have to.
Yeah. But no, I'll vouch for. I mean, gaming laptops. I'll vouch for Acer Predator as the best brand out there at this point. MSIs all over the place, but MSIs have a very bad long-term integrity issue as they fall apart. I have an MSI at home that like the hinge broke less than a year after I had it, and then eventually the power jack broke a few years after that. And it's just like, Yeah, and
Well, yeah, I imagine as a laptop, it goes through a lot more wear too, because as a desktop computer, you
but the
just leave
surprising
it in
thing
one
is
spot.
that one didn't leave home very often, right? Usually that one stayed
Mhm.
at my place because it was a 17-inch fat boy laptop, and
Hmm. Oh yeah, that's huge.
yeah, so it's like I wouldn't bring it that many. So its wear and tear was a little mysterious to me, but.
Mhm.
So yeah, don't buy MSI unless you really have a good reason to. Like they just the quality of the long is a little lacking. And then Asus, I haven't owned a modern Asus, so I can't really say much about them. But I had the original Asus G1 gaming laptop in 2007, and that was like one of the first gaming laptops.
My last three computers have been ones that I've built or my friends have helped me build through iBuyPower,
Yeah,
and then they put it all together and send it to me,
yeah,
and it's always been very very good for me
yeah.
because it lasts forever.
Oh yeah.
But
And one
but yeah,
thing,
otherwise I don't know jack about computers.
the
They are
one
very helpful.
the one thing I could say about getting a computer is like just spend the money and get a nice one, and you'll be more satisfied in the long run. And what I'll do is I'll spend about $2,000 on a new laptop, and then
Yeah.
I use it for a good 4 to 5 years. I don't usually spend a lot of money upgrading it. Like it's
Yeah, I keep pushing it. Like the last time I got a computer, well, that was like
yeah,
oh wow, like five years ago. I spent about like $800 on it because I was like super poor, and I was like,
yeah,
that's a low end. And then this last time, I was like, I did it for Cyber Monday,
yeah,
and I was like, okay, I'm gonna, I'll just spend, this much on, this, and I was gonna get like a $900 or $1,000 computer, and I
yeah,
ended up getting like a $1,900
yeah.
one, and I was like, God damn it! But
Well,
it's a
you're,
good deal. Like
yeah,
I was looking at it, and I was like, if those other ones lasted me forever,
yeah.
or for me, like then this would be good too.
So here, Angelus. Let me explain this. You usually don't need to upgrade that many parts on your computer. Like here's the thing. New graphics cards come out once every 2 years for new generation, right? You get your GeForce 1000, then the 2000, then the 3000, right? It's about 1 to 1.5, 2 years between generations.
Mhm.
In reality, if you buy a laptop at you know year zero, and 4 years later, there's 2 generations of graphics cards, right? You don't need an incremental upgrade. It still usually plays those games pretty well.
Mhm.
It's like at the end, 4 years later, you might need to upgrade. But
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
like,
I mean, this I didn't need to update this one. I mean,
yeah,
technically it works. It's just the problem is it's 32-bit and hardly anything is
yeah,
doing that nowadays. So
yeah,
I'm like, I gotta upgrade,
yeah.
and I'm not gonna put 64-bit on my old computer. So
Yeah. But on my most recent Acer, I'm still using my Acer, my old one from 2016. But I the only thing I had to upgrade is I upgraded the hard drive and the SSD because the SSDs in 2016 were way smaller than they are now, and they were way slower too. So yeah, I put a couple $100. I put a big fat hard drive in it too. It takes a 5 terabyte hard drive. That's pretty nice. So yeah, no, you can upgrade a laptop, but you can't really upgrade the processor or the graphics chip. But ask yourself if you really are going to waste the money upgrading every year or two to do that when you could just do it every 4 years.
Yeah.
mm.
All right. Hey Tristan, can you do
Yeah.
share screen?
You want me to share a screen?
Yeah. Hang on. I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna send you a link in
Oh.
Messenger, because I can't. The fucking. I can't even get it to work on fucking Firefox. Okay, it's so stupid. So. So if you wanna bring it up and share the screen, because I want you, because like I said, I don't know if I've sent the links to you or not, but this is the most recent one I made. Fucking go to Firefox to try and share the screen, and it still doesn't want to share the screen because it doesn't want to share the window that I'm fucking using. It wants to share every other one. It's like fucking son of a bitch.
All right.
I love that fucking banjo too.
I heard the banjo. All right, share screen. All right.
Come on.
Select window or screen, and then I can go stream. All right, so maybe I'll just share.
I hope that's going well for you, man.
Yeah.
I was talking to.
Yeah, I know. Why is the tab not? If I make it a window instead?
Yeah, I don't know. Are you using Firefox?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's doing the same shit to me.
Let me just
Oh
make it.
man.
Try a different try a different window.
If only you had Chrome. See what I did there?
You mean if only Chrome didn't freaking bug out and shut the shit down?
Yeah, that's true.
That's the whole reason. You know, I can't fucking share screen. Of course I can see it. I'm the fucking what do you call this? The host, the admin, the studio creator, the guy in chargey thingy, whatever.
The whiny whore. No, I'm just kidding.
The musical wench, I tell you.
Yeah.
All right. I'm getting a bit loopy today. I don't know what's wrong with me. All right. It's not funny, AFK.
I don't know if it'll share the audio, but
we'll try it. So, I've seen in various tweets and YouTube clips online that Robert Pattinson has been cast in the new Batman film that's supposed to be coming out. There's a delay. I haven't really heard too much about it. Isn't working out for his role in Batman. I guess he said in an interview or a tweet or something that he was not doing what his trainer said. He said to do. He was working out as little as possible, or if at all. And whether he was joking or not, I don't really know, but everyone on Twitter and YouTube is making videos about it now. So I figured I'll throw my Batman in the ring and make a video as well. So here's my take. Drum roll, please.
Yeah, who fucking cares?
Who gives a shit? Who cares? Who gives a shit? Not working out for his role in the Batman. Oh, fucking what? Find something else to bitch about.
Very nice, very nice.
I only wanted him to see because I don't know if I ever sent him my other clips or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I figure I'm not really invested in any of the movie stuff, so I really could care less. I mean, as the thought of a fan, I could see how it would be a little disconcerting, but not like anger-inducing. And only in like if you were worried that the actor isn't serious enough about the role. And like, because I was like, I wouldn't look at it like, oh, he's not working out. Oh God, he's gonna be fat or whatever. It's more like, well, how serious was he about wanting to be in this position? Because if you are a serious enough actor, you would be concerned about that. But he's him, and he's got his own thing, and he could have been messing with people, or he could have his own thing. So I don't know.
I mean, that's not necessarily a fair assessment to have to see how dedicated to your craft you are. Batman wears a fucking suit. I mean, it's not like you're going to be seeing Pattinson's ripped abs through that black suit.
Part of Batman is Bruce Wayne, and Bruce Wayne's got to be a charmer and a high society man.
Yes.
To be honest, I've never watched the Twilight movies, so I can't really tell you how good Robert Pattinson will fit that role. But
for as much as I don't like the Twilight films, Robert Pattinson did the role pretty well. Everyone setting aside the mockery of sparkly vampire, and
apparently he himself cringed at parts of the movie. So,
well, I mean, we're talking about a guy who trolled people who liked the movies.
Yeah.
Okay, but He was
I'll tell you
also
what.
he was also in he was also in Goblet of Fire,
Yeah.
the Harry Potter film. I'm not sure if that was his first one.
He
You're
did
hosting-
more acting in Harry Potter as far as personality goes, if you ask
Oh, yeah.
me. And-
Cedric is a good. Yeah, I'd say that was a good.
I honestly, I think the biggest problem with Twilight, although people are knock on it all the time because the story is simple, but you know what? For like teenagers, there are like certain stereotypes or story tropes. Good lord, that that people go to, and that's one of them. The problem I think is just like the prequel trilogy for Star Wars, the direction. Like I think that they acted like planks and didn't have charisma because they didn't know how to portray it, or they weren't told how to do it properly. So like almost every scene when I was watching it, I've watched all of them in the theater, unfortunately.
I've heard one point though. I've heard one point that people have made about like Bella in like.
Chris.
The point about Bella is that the reason why Bella has no personality is because the less personality a character like Bella has, the more a girl can see herself as Bella.
That is a lazy excuse though, because it's like any character you can like find a connection to, and honestly, the more personality, the easier to connect to, in my opinion. If it's just a plank like Rey from Star Wars, or what's her face from Star Trek, I can't relate to them. That's why it's a fail, in my opinion.
Two counterpoints. First of all, Twilight didn't ruin its franchise; it enhanced.
Oh God, no! Yeah. Hey, you know what?
I can't be criticized that hard. Okay, it made money.
And it created shades of gray. So there you go.
Yeah. I can't remember what my other point was now, but
so you're just really, really a supporter of Twilight.
I'm sorry, I'm on Team Jacob.
No, you know what? I was on Team Jacob too until he started fancying their baby.
Yeah.
I'm on Team Steak Bella.
Yeah.
You can't. She's perfect. Gosh darn it.
Fucking annoying. And I have a very simple reason for why Bella was flat and uncharacteristic. Kristen fucking Stewart.
Yeah.
Okay. She has people rag on
Brie Larson. Acting roles have gone nowhere, so
they don't really have anywhere to go.
Yeah.
It's look, when you're like that wooden plank from Ed, and Eddie.
Yeah.
And your best friend just, is propping you up the entire time, and you're just standing there.
Surprisingly, Plank and Bella have the same amount of facial expression.
It's like when you have the people rag on Brie Larson for being stiff and everything. She at least can show anger. She's good at that.
Yeah.
Kristen Stewart. God, she couldn't even fake a stomach ache, for God's sake.
Yeah. But I can't say I've seen many of her movies, so I won't criticize her that hard. But I was actually here's my funny story for the evening on the past. I was working at Walmart at the time the movie came out, and we were doing the midnight launch thing in Brewer Walmart, and
oh God,
we were surrounded. We had like this little counter that maybe was like 4 feet by 8 feet, like in the middle, that where you would actually stand, and then it was literally swamped by Twilight fangirls waiting for the movie.
That's the funny story.
Oh well, yeah. So I forgot. This was the funny part. Well, they
wait. Who's smoking
marijuana? Guys, and we're just surrounded, and there's my manager, and we're like, one of them goes, This is the moment where I could have gotten killed. She goes, "Hey, did you watch the movie? Did you like it?" And I'm like, internally, I wanted to say I don't watch crap, but I felt like I was going to die, so I just said, "I'm sorry, I haven't seen the movie."
Yeah, you don't have any insane friends that dragged you along.
Yeah.
I had an insane sister. Does that count?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. My dog agrees.
It's okay. He wants to join in. It's fine.
Okay, here, hang on. Let's finish. Tell us what you think, Robin. Okay.
It makes him angry and surprised. Friggin'.
So, oh god. What I also heard too, since we're talking about Robert Pattinson, I heard a, and I'm like I said, I'm gonna make a video about this at some point. I intended to, but I kind of got home late. Apparently, during a
Excuses. Excuses.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't want to stand in line outside a fucking Walmart just to get an Ethernet cable.
Yeah.
So I had to freaking drive to Lowe's. It's like, god damn it. Hey, no line. They didn't have much for Ethernet cables either, but no line.
Yeah.
I wouldn't actually think they have Ethernet cables at Lowe's. That's weird.
Well, Lowe's would carry them because you could be wiring an office or your own house with Ethernet cables. They might not carry the cable. They'll carry the wire called Cat 5 or Cat 6 these days, and then they might even carry the ends and the crimpers, but like they probably don't carry the pre-configured cables.
No, they do. So I got this one. Yeah, that's where I got that one. They just didn't have many left.
Yeah.
You know, they had Cat 5e, whatever the fuck that means, and then Cat 6. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna go for the cheap one because I'm not at gigabit speeds.
Yeah.
You know, I'm barely at 100. I say I'm barely pushing 120 megabits. So
yeah. Well, if you it's 100 megabits if you get a Cat 5e. It's a 1 gigabit if you have a Cat 6. But you also need a Cat 6 router, or you need Cat 6. Sorry, you need a gigabit device on either end to get that full speed. So
yeah, I don't know how fast the internet is.
Well, it has nothing to do with your internet. It has to do with the network devices, not the internet.
I know that.
Yeah.
I don't know what the shit means, man.
But your
tech,
internet's probably not 100 megabits either. So
you're the tech wizard. Hey, I ran a speed, so
yeah.
I'll say it's Spectrum.
Yeah.
I know that. So they generally have good speeds. But anyway, no.
I mean, more power to Pattinson for doing other roles. Like it's like I don't want to wish on anybody to fail. Like to be honest, like I'd like to see him develop as an actor.
Well, one funny thing that I heard, the only reason I heard about it is because some YouTuber made a video about it.
Yep.
Not me. Another YouTuber made a video about it, and because apparently, and I think this is fucking hilarious. I do. I guess during a GQ interview, Pattinson was talking about some sort of pasta thing that he tried to make, and in his effort to recreate it, he blew up his own microwave. Now here's the funny part. Depending on what article you read, they're either going to classify it as he confused an oven and a microwave oven. And he's an idiot. He can't cook. It's kind of where some of the YouTube videos have gone. And some articles kind of highlight the fact that it's quite a possibility he knew what he was doing. He was just fucking with people.
Yeah.
Considering what I know of Pattinson. And he's done a lot of things to troll people. I guess in one interview, I guess he was talking about a childhood experience, and he made a joking remark about how he witnessed a clown die or something.
Yeah.
And there's also testimony from Chris Nolan himself that he likes slightly screwing with people.
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking to myself, given all of that, I really don't think that he's stupid enough to mistake a fucking, little thing like the, a fucking radioactive TV with a big, big.
That stuff you usually, that stuff you usually learn as a kid, right? And like, as far as I know, Pattinson hasn't been rich his whole life, but I don't know for sure.
But the thing is like the way he did it, it's like he's doing something with this dish. He's like whipping it all together. He puts it in aluminum foil and puts it in the microwave. And
oh my god!
And he's walking away, you know, the person interviewing him in the article says he's walking away pretty much, you know, like he's proud of what he's did, and then all of a sudden it just starts sparking and he's ducking, and the entire time he's actually laughing about it.
Yeah.
About it sparking and it blows up. And just the fact that he was giggling about it kind of makes me think it's like I don't think it's like I really don't believe he's an idiot. I think he probably did it just to fuck with people, just to get a reaction.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And like I said, I'm not here. I'm going to try not to pick on people, even though it's still kind of mean spirited. But if you're going into that and you're taking away that, oh, he's an idiot, he can't cook. What are you talking about? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
And to be fair, there were some articles online going about like, oh, Batman can't cook.
He also didn't specify in the story whether he was drunk or high or some combination.
No, this was this was during an interview.
Yeah, but during the event.
No. The event itself happened during a GQ interview.
Oh, okay.
He did it.
He literally did it.
He did it during a Skype, like, you know, a FaceTime interview with GQ, and which is why I'm saying.
I mean, there's such a thing. I mean, they
don't think he was being
bad publicity.
I don't think he was being stupid. I think. I mean, I think he was being
trolling them, literally.
I think
Maybe
he was just
planned it.
doing it to be a fucking troll. Because when you, like I said, when you think about the context of what he's done, and people that have worked with him said he likes fucking with people, even a little bit. Christopher Nolan said that, and the fact that he trolled people about Twilight, and like I said, that story about that joking story about witnessing a clown dying or something, which he said during an interview too. It's like, I'm going to lean more towards the fact that this is just something he's doing to fuck with people.
Yeah.
It's just fucking, oh God. It's so fucking amazing. It's like, that's the kind of shit a troll, celebrity should be doing to get reactions.
Yeah.
Not... Oh my God. Anyway, oh God, I lost the plot. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, last week we were trying to talk about The Last of Us 2, but I think.
Oh yes, the gash of lust. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I still. The only thing I still don't get is why they would pursue that when all signs pointed to don't do it. But
all signs.
How do these companies keep making these mistakes, and why?
Mistake goes out the window when you start false flagging everybody for even mentioning the Gash of Lust Part 2. And I'm saying the Gash of Lust Part 2 specifically to avoid the bullshit.
They've actually released some people recently, but the point of it is like they never intended to push the law side. They were just using they're using the strategy of, we're going to temporarily take down the video so that it's not visible now. And keep in mind, they can keep those videos down legally without having to incur anything from the court. They can keep the video down until the launch of the game, and that's probably what they're doing with most people.
Well, if we're talking about just the leaked footage itself, they have they technically have every right. Because it is copyrighted material. It's stuff that technically wasn't released. They still have control of it. There was no, consent to it whatsoever.
Yeah.
So in that particular sense, taking the videos down, as I said, because one of the videos I used in my article that I wrote for the website. Yeah. That was the first article I wrote, actually, on the sickest of all.
Yep.
And well, I even wrote in the subtitle, it's like, there's no telling how long this video is going to be here, so be swift about watching it. And sure enough, I checked back maybe a couple days later, and it's just a blank video. The video's gone.
Yep.
And it's like just from the perspective of, hey, it's leaked footage. If you're using the leaked footage that is not supposed to be used, technically they might have grounds for it.
Yeah. I think the problem, or one of the many problems, if you think about it, other than the dog that keeps barking.
The ankle biter?
All right, I'll go to another room. One of the main problems is that the people like Jeremy and Geeks and Gamers and Heel versus Babyface who like got hit were using footage from a trailer that had released a couple years prior. But the problem with that part, and they're arguing, it was released, is that it's still technically part of a scene that was the scene that leaked. So I think that Sony was overreacting because it still looks like it's a leak because it is the same scene. It's just a snap of part of it that was in a trailer.
Right.
So it's kind of hard to argue that when it could be an actual snip of the leaked picture, and you could be like, well, no, it's from the one that released a couple years ago, and vice versa.
Well, there's also a thing with that too, and say this is where I say they sort of may have the grounds because it is a bit of a gray area too. There does come into the idea of fair use, and in the case of what Jeremy and Geeks and Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers and all of them, even if they used. I don't think Jeremy used it. He said himself that he's never used it. But most of the people that did use it or did use screenshots were talking about it and commentating on it.
Yeah.
Regardless of what is, of whether or not it's supposed to be there, technically it's leaked. It's public domain. Yeah, There's no copy. I'm not going to say.
Yeah. But here's
it's open for fair use. It's on the internet. There's no copyright in the law in the world that is gonna fucking get rid of it.
Yeah, but here's what Sony's strategy and why they're doing these takedowns, right? Sony actually knows that they don't have any ability to take these down. They do know that these are fair use. The idea is to limit the access to the information to try to keep the sales numbers high. The more people that see these videos, the less people are going to buy these games, and so. They do have the power to take down a video temporarily, regardless of its copyright status.
Right.
Because the system's broken, right?
Yeah.
Because YouTube doesn't care about evidence, right? All you have to do is be a big company and suggest that this video is copyright, and then the system for which you as a creator has to go through can take longer than 30 days. The game's less than 30 days out.
You don't even have to be a creator. Or a big company to do to do a copyright claim. You could technically file a claim as a creator.
Yeah.
Like a lowly creator if it's using something that's considered copyright. That's why people have done false flags. There's a lot of people who have done it. I'm sure some of us can think of them. I'm not mentioning names. That's not what this is going to be about.
Yeah.
But even still, here's where the trouble lies and where the outrage has started. I actually got into this with some dipshit on Twitter too, because that's not a new thing, is it, Tristan? I'm getting into it with some dipshit on Twitter. It used to be I am getting into it with some dipshit on Facebook, but I don't really do Facebook all that much anymore.
Yeah, I privated my Facebook and hid it. I'm like inches away from just deleting it, but I can't deal with Facebook.
I use Facebook for the personal stuff.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
I have a page set up for this YouTube thing and everything, but because I got tired of the Facebook game a long time ago, and I think how long ago was it now? 3 years.
You still back me up on the 207 gaming forum every now and then.
Yeah, but I mean, I say because. A few years ago, before I moved here, and when I had my mental, when shit started hitting the fan 3 years ago, or once again 3 years ago, I pretty much cut myself off. So I have a new Facebook, but it's pretty much just for private. It's like everybody that I know, and that's it. Yeah. Twitter is just, you know what? I'll argue with people all fucking day long on Twitter.
Yeah.
But anyway, I forgot where I was going with that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Is she muted?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, I'm good. I was muted and talking to myself. The ish.
Yeah, I'm not at all surprised.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah,
My
Sony,
dog keeps barking, so.
Sony and Naughty Dog know they fucked up, and it's a basically irredeemable situation. But they can make small improvements, and really, that's what they're trying to do. Is just.
I remember what I was going to get to now. Thank you for reminding me that we were talking about Naughty Dog or a mischievous canine, and
bad dog.
So I don't want to say that out loud too much. The dog, your dog.
Look, if they take down your video, it's actually good for you because that's more publicity.
What the fuck kind of publicity do I need?
I got some really fun mashups for you. They're doing the all girls Parts of the Caribbean, right? And there was Cutthroat Island way back in the day with Gina Davis, and she's got that epic scene at the end where she blows her uncle Mad Dog or whatever out of the boat, and she has the best classic cheesy line where she goes, "Bad dog," and then she lights the cannon. And so now every time I hear someone talking about Naughty A Dog, I'm like, gotta watch that Cutthroat Island again. That's a long way to advertise. Go watch Cutthroat Island. That is a woman-empowered pirate movie that's actually like hardcore authentic with real ships and crap. And man, Gina Davis, she's awesome.
Gina Davis is fucking kick-ass.
Yeah. I mean, like, she had like a realistic woman's body, but it had boobies, and she was a strong woman who was not afraid to use her womanly powers to seduce and overpower men. And it wasn't like the whole men are stupid. It was cool, you know. That's how you do it. Wait, you'll see. This new crap's gonna sink so bad.
Well, I mean, again, why do they keep making these bad decisions when it's been proven that it hasn't worked? There hasn't been a single one of these that's worked.
Because they're not trying to get an audience anymore.
Yeah, in their mind, especially Disney's a corporation that wants to make money. So somebody approached a board. Go ahead.
Sorry. I was just gonna say is like I think what it is like it's a business, yes, but in their eyes, it's all numbers at this point, and they are making money. They don't look at it like, oh, we could be making more because this is a bad idea. They just look at it like we're making great money because of this idea. And then, like, I don't know who I was listening to because there's so many people talking about this stuff. Somebody was saying how the biggest problem is that the minority on Twitter, the ones who are the loudest are the ones that are being listened to for all of this. And so all these companies here are, oh, we need this, we need that. And then when they do it, they still get vindication because the same people are like, that's great, you did it, do it some more. And they don't notice the stupid stuff in between.
Well, that's a good point. There is a caveat with that though too. Remember, most of the people working in Hollywood are part of that fucking echo chamber on Twitter anyway.
Yeah.
So it's not that, you know, even if the company was capable, even if these people, you know, running the companies were capable of learning from the mistakes they're making, they're not going to because it goes against their ideology.
Well, that's the thing. I would say like 70% of the people there, it isn't their ideology. They just run with it because of the fact that it looks good for business. Basically, someone next to you goes, oh, can you believe how horrible that is? And then if you don't agree with them and someone else agrees with them first, and then you disagree with them, you're the horrible person. So it's like, it's this mentality that you have to keep agreeing. Even if you don't agree, you have to go with the mob. Yeah. So I don't think it's that they're like, they want it. I think it's just like that's what's working. Everybody wants what's working, which isn't working. But for them, it's working.
It hasn't yielded a profit yet. I mean, it didn't work for Ghostbusters. It didn't work for Ocean's 8, right?
No, but it works for the narrative because look at what happened. You remember what happened after each one of those came out? After each one of those came out and bombed, right? It wasn't the first thing they pivot to. It wasn't that. You know. The movie was bad. It's the audience didn't go see it because they were some sort of alphabet istophobe or something, and that's sort of the caveat. And when I say they were saying that they were, if I don't mean, you know, vocal Twitter or the fucktards, you know, online or anything, they're fucktards. To a certain degree, they don't matter. It's the people in charge are the ones saying that. The people who have made these videos. It's like when they're doing that, you can kind of tell they believe in their ideology. A person that's going along with it, that's not saying anything, is keeping their head down, just going along with the mob, it usually isn't going to be the person to come out and say, oh, they didn't see this movie because they're racist, bigots. They're just going to be like, okay, just shut the fuck up. Let me go.
Yeah. I still have to give you my money. Like, just because you make a Star Wars movie doesn't mean you're entitled to $9 of my money. It's still a choice.
$9 for the ticket and, 20 some odd dollars for the popcorn,
I don't buy the shitty popcorn. It's shit.
I buy the nachos.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I'm not going to let, our theater up here, Spotlight.
Their popcorn shit. They make all the popcorn in the morning and stuff it in trash bags, and then they serve it up all day.
Say what you will about the popcorn. The fucking nachos are amazing.
I haven't tried the nachos, but I bet they're fine.
They taste like tortillas tortilla chips with spicy with salsa con queso.
It's hard to fuck up nachos. You really just gotta have nice fresh corn chips, which I'm sure they have plenty of. Right? And even corn chips are pretty good, even if they're a little stale. Sometimes they're better if they're a little stale. But then you just dump a fuck ton of melted cheese on it. The cheese comes in a fucking packet thing that you shove in your right?
Oh my god!
It goes more than 24 hours anyway. So
nachos are surprisingly easy to fuck up. Okay. Coming from somebody who's fucked up a lot of nachos, here's what you don't want to do. You don't want to throw in tortilla chips and then just throw in some shredded cheese and microwave them. That's not nachos.
Here's Tristan's nacho recipe. Yeah, you can write this down. It's great. First of all, you got to go buy some nice corn tortilla chips. You can get whatever kind you like. You get the triangle ones, you get the scoop ones, whatever. Then you go and you buy yourself some of that chunky chili garbage, and you just take that shit and you dump it on. You put the tortillas on a plate. You dump the fucking chili on it. You shove it in the microwave. Okay, good. Maybe a minute. And then you just throw the shredded cheese on top of it. Bam, perfect nachos. My nachos. They're like, this is pretty good. But that's because I'm using real fucking chili and not salsa. You let the chili, and then that's just the thing. The corn chips don't matter. It's the sauce. And just get a nice can of chili and throw it on top. That's the recipe.
You guys are making me hungry. I gotta go because my dog needs to go out. So I thank you for letting me hang with you.
Go get yourself some chili and some tortilla chips.
No, I've got leftover Indian chips. So.
If you come back and you want to rejoin, we'll probably still be going. So
okay, I might do that. But yeah, I'll pop off for the moment.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh fucking Christ! By the way,
there's got to be an end to this bullshit about making these all-female conversions and this social justice. There's got to be an end game somewhere where like it's just done. Can I
interrupt you for a second?
Yeah.
That entire tirade about the fucking nachos, that is gonna go in a stream highlight.
Do you want me to go over other recipes? Because
not right now. We'll have next week's stream. Be like the food recipe. We need to think
how to impress a girl with a $4 pizza.
Take her to McDonald's.
Yeah.
Oh fucking shit! I was saying anyway. Back to your originals. I just wanted to say that before I forgot. That's gonna be highlight material.
Yeah. Good. I'll bring more of my stupidly simplistic good recipes that impress company.
Yeah. Oh God. Anyway, the end game we were saying for what you were saying.
Again, you guys spoke a lot. It's like at the very core of things, though, they still have to be making money, especially somebody like Bob Iger. Bob Iger is a money-making machine. He knows what makes money. And he let Kathleen Kennedy take the wheel because, well, we have Star Wars. It's a pretty safe bet. There's not much she can do to fuck it up, is what he thought, I'm sure.
That was the challenge you didn't want to give the universe.
Yeah. He didn't think she was going to fuck it up that bad. She did, But either way, so I don't think Bob Iger's dumb. So I don't know why he's greenlighting an all-female movie. Like, because he's not stupid. He's not stupid, and
he's not.
either it's not his decision or somebody's convinced him that it will make money. Maybe because Pirates of the Caribbean doesn't have a strong following. I mean, it's just a Disney movie. It's got a following, but it's not. They're not fanboying and getting tattoos and.
Yes, Pirates of the Caribbean kind of hit its stride, around Dead Man's Chest. And at World's End, the following was strong. It was a good trilogy. We didn't need to have what the fuck was it? On Stranger Tides and Dead Men Tell No Tales, because the Pirates films weren't just about Jack Sparrow, and that's what the last two pretty much were.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, I enjoy. So, Jesus Christ, hang on a second. I'm going fucking apeshit. How has it? Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't want to be on camera while I'm spasming and trying to fucking breathe for some stupid shit. I'm sorry for that imagery. Fat guy choking. It's okay. No, I wasn't choking. I am fat, but I wasn't choking. No, because what the hell? Hi. There you go. Mom.
I think I've met your mom before.
Yeah, I think you have too. Oh, good God. So, what was I saying? Yes. Because the original Pirates trilogy, had a good story there. It wasn't just about Jack Sparrow. I mean, most of it was, to a degree. It was a good chunk of him. It was a good chunk of what the hell was the other guy's name? Orlando Bloom, Legolas.
Yeah.
Legolas in the pirate as a pirate. But it's like, on Stranger Tides and at World's End, not at World's End. Fuck, Dead Men Tell No Tales. It was like, you can't have a Pirates movie just based around one character and expect him to carry it all the way.
Yeah. I actually haven't seen all the Pirates movies. So
which ones have you seen?
I think I've seen the first and second one, but it's been so long I couldn't tell you.
Yeah. I say At World's End was a good ending, but it wasn't as strong as the first or the second one.
All I'm trying to say is that I don't feel like there's a strong following as there is for Star Wars. Or
no, there isn't.
Even it's going to be very soft, so it might tolerate like an all-female movie, and who knows, maybe they'll do it right. An all-female movie can certainly stand on its own. It's just it hasn't in recent times because of agenda. But
that also can't be the selling point.
Yeah,
and that's what most of these companies are aiming for. The selling point is it's all female. Like, if the first words out of your fucking mouth, if the first, if this was a writing piece, if the words female centric come out in that first paragraph and a half, you done fucked up.
Yeah.
Okay, if that's the main point of your thesis, if that's what you itemize as what it's about, even in an extensive list, if it pops up on an exhaustive list about what it's about, you've already fucked up.
Yeah.
Because if you put it in especially if you're planning a film, and I mean, it's one thing if you're planning a film, and you're not announcing it and you're just jotting down ideas, like say, female cast. It's one thing if you're writing it down and planning it. It's another if you've made these decisions, you've made the casting and everything, and you're making that announcement on a website. Because usually when you're making that announcement, you've got the ball already rolling.
Yeah.
And a lot of these, that's one of these things people like this don't realize. It's like, you're a marketing team. You're supposed to be marketing a fucking film. If the first, if the idea of female centric pops up anywhere in that marketing plan, you're fucked.
Yeah. Actually, this kind of reminds me of the original like trailer for The Last of Us 2. This is like what, a year or 2 years ago when they
Which one?
the one that shows the lesbian kiss.
See?
Now here's
That
the
was
thing.
the
I don't think that gay media can't exist. Okay, and I mean, like, I haven't seen Brokeback Mountain, but I'm sure it's a decent movie. A lot of people went to see it. Maybe we can watch it on stream to prove something someday. But maybe
you know what? We probably get copyright struck on a stream for that.
But anyway, regardless, the trailer showed, from what I remember, that was like the highlight of the trailer, right? So the thing you wanted me to know about this game is that there's a lesbian kiss in it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that was the 2017 one. And yeah, that's my point. It's like, if that's the first thing you're marketing, you know, especially it. God, I mean,
that's what you wanted me to know about this game, is that there's lesbians kissing in it. Okay.
What does that have to do with mushroom head zombies and Joel? And well, we found out now it has a lot to do with Joel, because the masculine lesbian gets a Joel in one.
If
we can put it.
Yeah, like no, you make a point. It's like, this is what you want us to know about this. Okay, then, you know, that's when I lost interest in the game myself. It's like, oh, well, if that's the first thing you want me to know about it, then I'm probably not going to be enjoying it. Maybe I'll buy it for $20 when it's on sale.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing too. That wasn't the first time it actually showed up. It actually showed up in. I mean, one, it was kind of hinted at to a degree in the original. It wasn't drawn upon, because in the original she was barely a budding teenager. You know, she wasn't. But here's the hold on. It shows the part where it shows up. It didn't show up first in that trailer. It actually showed up in the DLC.
Yeah,
I say, because that's where I think it was the DLC for that, either a DLC or a separate spin-off, one of the two.
Yeah, it was a DLC.
Yeah, and it sort of expanded on that.
But I think the bigger issue
here,
if you focus on any relationship, gay or straight, you become more of a romance story. And when you talk about a character being gay or a character being, you know, a lesbian, it's like, well, you immediately got to go to that. The only thing that really truly affects about a person, especially in a video game, is their relationships. So if you say this person's a lesbian, well, next you have to really talk about a relationship. And if you start talking about a relationship, you start talking about a romance, right? And that's the problem, is that, you know, they're trying to force romance into things where it doesn't belong. It's like, well, this is an action game about survival. You know, we know the original Last of Us 2 was not about romance. It was about a father-daughter relationship, right?
Mm-hmm.
And showing how this relationship developed between two strangers, right? And then now you're saying, well, this is a romance, or it's I'm kind of having trouble elucidating my thought on this, but it's you talking about relationships is talking about a romance, right? Or at least, you know,
it depends on the context. It really depends on the context. I say, because you can have a game about you know, a game or a story involving relationships that don't teeter down romance.
But those genres are better done by Japanese visual novels, and but no, the point is like an action game is not the best methodology to tell a romance story. Like, certainly romance has a place in games, not just Japanese video game, Japanese visual novels, but you know,
different kind of romance there.
You know, and you're like, you know, obviously I like my games with a little romance, but it's like, you know, that's usually the reward for like playing the game, right? Like Final Fantasy X is one of my favorite examples. It's like the reward for playing the game is to see Yuna and Tidus grow closer over time, right? And it's like, a lot of these stories don't really show that, especially in The Last of Us 2. Like in the trailer, it just shows her kissing this random girl. We have no clue who she is.
You would have a clue. I say, you don't have a clue who she is if you didn't play the DLC.
Yeah.
And I'm willing to bet most people
was she the same girl that was in the DLC, though? I heard it was a different girl.
I don't know, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's a different girl. because the DLC takes place before she even meets Joel, and when she meets Joel, she ends up going across the country. So
Yeah, okay. I've never played the DLC.
yeah, me
I
neither.
only
just
knew
know
what I
that.
heard, and
I
people
know the
latched
DLC
on
is
it.
a prequel.
I say even back then, people latched on about the fact that it's a lesbian in there, and I think that was one of their promotion. One of the things they were pushing even back then. Like, yeah, Ellie's gay. Okay,
Yeah.
well, who the fuck cares?
Yeah, and that's what I'm also trying to say about like it's the bad portrayal of the relationships. Like I don't think I would mind watching a movie like Brokeback Mountain because I'm sure it's a romance about these two guys getting close and being in a relationship. Like if the story goes, hey, this is how they met and this is how the relationship, I'm going to understand point to point and maybe even care about their outcome. But it's like, in this thing, it's just like they're in a relationship, they're in love, and this is what we want to focus on. It's like, well, I don't care because I had no investment in that point to begin with, right? I'm just,
Right.
it's like, okay. So I'm trying to say there's no buildup of emotional.
Back.
Well, hello.
Hello, you're back already.
Yeah, it was a downpour when we got out there, so.
Mama Atlantean, everybody.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's still watching or not, but that's what I'm gonna start calling her now. Mama Atlantean.
Yeah. But that's what I'm trying to say anyway, is that when they don't build up a relationship, it just like we have no investment, and why should we care, right? And that's immediately what I thought in The Last of Us 2's trailer. It's like, this is what we're focusing on. Well, I have no clue who the girl she's kissing is. I have no idea why I should care, so I'm not interested in the game. Right?
I guess I don't care, right?
Yeah, I guess I don't care. I'm just supposed to care because they're lesbians? Okay.
I don't. From what I heard, Jill Ruckman there.
Yeah.
I guess Anita Sarkeesian went over and met them.
Yeah.
And that's where most of this got sprinkled in with its jimmies and its nuts and its shit stains and all that shit.
Yeah. But
yes.
I don't think Anita Sarkeesian can write a good story or do any sort of good media because she's not that kind of person. She hasn't proven herself in any way, shape, or form, or even tried. And as a matter of fact, she did like do an outline for a story.
Does anybody fucking know her qualifications? Aside from having a YouTube channel and aside from being very opinionated and getting on a camera and bitching about things, I'm opinionated. I get on a camera and I bitch about things. I do this every fucking stream, for God's sake. So that's a good qualification to have, but I mean more than that.
Yeah.
Well, no, her qualification is that she is underprivileged and a white woman. And, generally that means that you get free handouts or otherwise you can guilt people who stand around you.
That's another thing we need to figure out. The hierarchy of privilege and the oppression Olympics. We need to figure that out. Like where do people stand? Well, it's like obviously us, white European-esque men, whether we're actually European or not, is down at the bottom. We're the newspaper of the parrot cage getting shit on.
Remember the 99% rallies?
The what?
Remember the We Are the 99% rally or protest in New York?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Well, the first time I heard it, you don't remember those?
I wasn't paying attention.
There were basically people were protesting that, like there's a lot of inequality. And I thought that, actually that makes a lot of sense. But then the reason why they started looking silly because they started letting in these people and they started introducing this thing called the progressive stack. And this is the first time I ever heard about this, but it's what we now know as the oppression Olympics. And it's like, well, the people who get to speak first are the people who are, not white, who are oppressed and poor and, everything that you're already familiar with now. And this was back during the 99% rallies. This is when it first started coming in. And these people immediately delegitimized the movement. And they're not the only reason they killed it off, because in the end, like, that's not how financial systems work. But
right.
It's like, they did have some points. Whatever points they had were lost on. Like Stephen Colbert interviewed a couple of these people, and they were crazy as fuck. It's just like they took that shit out and aired it in public, and it just didn't work. So,
yep.
And that's the first time I heard of the progressive stack, and it's been it was probably a little bit older than that, but yeah, it's the first thing it ruined too was the 99% rallies.
The 99%, yeah.
Well, the protesters,
I
are
figured
the 99%.
I figured it would have been the absurdity that obviously you're part of the 99%. The 1% is about what, 2,000 people?
Yeah, it's the 99% refers to like the amount of wealth inequality. And that was the core of the argument. And I do believe there's some arguments to be made about wealth inequality, but
there's plenty of arguments to be made, sure, but it also it also comes down to that's a whole can of worms we shouldn't open.
Yeah, we're not going down that road, but I'm just saying that these progressive stack people came in, right, and they totally legitimized the movement because they started rambling off all this shit, and it's like, well, that doesn't matter in this kind of protest. Why are you here? And like, okay.
Yeah, I've got a friend who is kind of on the very far left progressively, where he's very much about wanting socialism and all that kind of stuff. And he's one of those, shame on the rich kind of people. And I'm just like, in my head, I'm thinking, well, he's not the best person financially, like in general. Like he buys a lot of stuff on impulse. Like when he gets money, he buys it, and then he like judges rich people for doing the same thing. And his excuse is, well, it's because I don't generally have money and I'm trying to, blah, blah, this and blah, blah, that. I'm like, it doesn't matter. You're still double standarding it. And also, I feel like people who also have that belief tend to be ones or know people who are in rough financial situations, and they want the help, and therefore they get frustrated that other people don't need the help. You know what I mean? And so they're like, well, we should all have help or nobody have help. And it's like, well, that's not a good way to look at it either. Like, especially when you're in a world that's like, built around capitalism, it's like, I'm not going political on either side here. I'm just like, in this world that we live in, it's very selfish to assume that other people should give away, what they've earned and what they want and what they think is a good lifestyle for you to feel better about your own. That's like me down to the very bottom line. It's like, I understand the plight, but if someone is rich and they've earned that money, I'm not going to guilt them about it.
Does this guy own a MacBook and an iPhone?
I can attest to one of those, but he has an Android. But he's so SJW, but also painfully like double standard. I can't. Sorry, what was that?
Yeah, as I say, Apple's actually one of the worst companies when we talk about finance.
Oh yeah, well,
corporations, and they pay the least amount of taxes in the U.S., fucking over everyone else. So. Oh
well, this is a friend who, that's why he probably has an Android, because this is a friend who, I mentioned that I'm all about like the Gandhi idea, because like I'm not a aggressive person. He told me, like sometimes you just got to break a window because people won't listen, and I'm like, you should just stand around and talk. And so it's just so I was like, I'm all about Gandhi. And he's like, Gandhi was a horrible person in real life and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh God, not this kind of person. And I was like, you're not looking at the message. It's not about the individual. It's like, oh my God.
Well, I mean, people use that as a defense. I mean, Gandhi really wasn't a patron saint, of the Holy Church, but he wasn't necessarily evil either. Let's just put that into context. I can't go into all of it because I don't know all of it, but I know enough of it to know that's like, there were some things he wasn't, he believed in.
Yeah.
But these people are like, sometimes you got to throw a window. What did he say? You got to break a window because people won't listen. Nobody's obligated to listen to your ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah. And my argument is always like, well, okay, so his idea is that you got to scream louder if no one's listening. And then I'm like, well, if someone's listening and you're still screaming in their face, what's that helping? And his argument was, well, some people feel like that's the only way they can truly express themselves at this point. And so they're allowed to keep yelling. And I was like, how is that communication? You're just making noise out of your mouth at that point. But his belief is that that is a form of communication. And I think that is like one of the bottom line problems with that group of people is that yelling is how they communicate. They don't have to form words or make it sound intelligible. It just has to get your attention, scare away the people they don't like, and attract the ones that they want in their crowd.
That's their mating call. That's why they call it autistic screaming.
Yeah.
Because Tristan chuckling over there. Anytime he chuckles when I say something, it makes me laugh. It's funny. But
sorry, I just remembered when you mentioned that.
It's fine. You were thinking about the guy crouching down and the freaking ball on his head, right?
There's one circulating around Imgur for a while about like some woman getting offended saying that like she had 4 kids with autism, and like then somebody said, "Don't you think after 2 or 3 it'd be time to get the old phallopes tied?" And then somebody like, remade the meme that like had her like facing her husband with 4 of the autistic screeching things going, saying, "Try for another."
You've pretty much hit the genetic lottery if you have 4 autistic kids.
Yeah.
Hey, what was she anti-vax?
I don't know what the whole argument was. But,
well, no, I just figured if she was anti-vax, that would have been she because vaccines cause autism. Well, her kids are already going to be safe
because I was vaccinated that they have autism. Yeah.
It's like you can't get autism from a vaccine if you already have it.
Yeah.
That I should. You know what? I want to make that a meme, but I totally shouldn't.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get enough hot water. Say if someone comes along and sees this after the fact, maybe I won't get hate at all. I don't know. Yeah. I'm not known enough.
Yeah. That's just a picture that was fooling around, and I always chuckled at it.
Oh God. Now, what were you saying about those? We were trying to say earlier those videos you have of me and Mikey.
I have the one where you and Mike were trying to do the chainsaw thing to Paul.
Oh my God!
I have comedy ones. Too.
Say what?
I think I've.
No.
Oh, sorry.
No, what did you say?
I was wondering if this is something rated R or for adults, because it sounds like there's some crazy stuff going on with a lot of guys.
It's 2 guys. It's me and my old.
Let me tell the story. Let me regale her with the details of our glory years. So, like, I was living with a mutual friend of ours named Paul at the time. Paul's very straight-laced. Little. Even if he ends up watching this, I'm sorry, Paul, but you could be, especially back then, you were a bit uptight. And so he worked at Wendy's with Mike and Lane. Mike's a friend of Lane's, and they decided they wanted to play a prank on Paul, and the prank was to take a chainsaw into our apartment and jump the shit out of him. So the plot was that I was supposed to play really loud music, and Paul's girlfriend was supposed to keep him distracted and from getting pissed off at me for playing loud music. Well, I left the door open so Mike could charge into Paul's room with the chainsaw and the mask on, going. Yeah.
That was me in the mask and the chainsaw.
Good friends.
I could swear the video footage shows Mike.
No, that was me in the mask with the gray muscle shirt.
Fuck you! I have video evidence. Let's take a look.
It was me. It was me holding the chainsaw in the sack.
All right.
No,
that sounds really wrong.
It was Colonel Mustard in the study with the candlestick.
Yeah. If you have that video, put it on share screen so we can see it.
Yeah, you gotta give me a minute.
I haven't seen that video in fucking ages. And like I said, my old account that had all of it saved and tagged. It's just oh God. Yeah, AFK, this was back in my younger years. I was working with a bad influence.
In my head again.
No, God.
Okay, that was I forgot that one.
Oh God, just put it up. Put it up. Come on.
I got to find the right one because I took several videos.
Was this all the videos that you took?
Yes.
I say because I have a DVD of the videos that Mikey took, and there is so many of them. There was one. I gotta fucking talk to him and have him bring this up because I don't have it anymore. There was one that we did AFK, but when we were working at Wendy's, I had because I had my old white Ford Ranger at the time. This is like I don't know, 2011, 2012, something like that, and we went through the drive-thru. As Mikey is in the back seat, I had him covered up. It was the back seat of the truck. He was covered up. It was a mean fit, but he had his camera, just under the, just recording and everything. But I had him covered up so they wouldn't see me.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, did I tell you about this story? Did I show you that video? The video where I went through, where me and Mikey went through the drive-thru, and what we did is. You remember Jimmy from South Park, right?
Yeah.
Hello. I did that through the drive-thru. Asked for something.
Yeah.
And I did that through the drive-thru.
Yeah.
And Mikey was recording it. And then I drove up to the window because this was at our Wendy's, and Pat was there. I don't know if you met him, but he was one of the guys there. And I drove up to the window. He sees it's me. He goes, "You're an asshole." I have to have Mikey find that video again. All right. Here we go.
All right.
Jesus Christ.
So that door right there that's open is the door from the outside. The door right next to it is Paul's room.
I haven't seen this in ages, man. Oh, good God.
I don't know how well it's going to stream, but we'll see.
Just play it.
Can you actually see any motion in the video whatsoever?
No.
Yeah, the video's not giving me any motion. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It might be at too much frame rate or something.
It was made with like a particularly shitty camera.
Does it play normally on your computer?
Oh, there it goes. So there's a few minutes of just
I can hear it. What is it you were playing?
So it was the only thing I could think of at the time is like my Sega CD was hooked up, so I played the Terminator game for Sega CD, which has a decently 80s rock vibe.
Oh God! So can we say if you could turn it? Oh no! If you turn it up, it'll be too loud on your end.
Yeah.
Is it going? Yes, there we go.
I'm just trying to skip ahead here.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh God. I forgot they were there too. All right. So what the hell? How long is this video?
I can't remember. I thought there we go.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh my God, this is so terrible.
Sorry about the bacon.
It's okay. Does it keep going or is that it?
That's it, pretty much.
Oh, you stopped recording?
Let's see what the next video was. No, this was at Wendy's.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's literally just a folder called Mike plus Lane. Oh, wait, no, there was more.
Yeah, there was. Oh, yeah. It was the whole fucking... It's like him and I were battling. It was just a mock battle. I remember it not working as well as it should have.
I would love to be like the neighbor walking by who like saw through the blinds somebody like wrestling a guy with the chainsaw. That would have been epic.
Yeah. I actually cleared it with the neighbors that lived above me to make that much noise for a short time. They were cool with it.
Yeah, it's like if you hear some screaming and a chainsaw, don't worry about it. Wink, wink. And then you like legit murder somebody instead.
Jeez.
That is some excellent cover story right there. I should do that. I mean,
No, you shouldn't.
But I had one of my favorite props back then. That was a clock was a cock clock. It was literally like a rooster. But I would always make people hold it for me and say, "Hey, thanks for holding my cock, buddy."
Here, hold this.
Yeah, you know what time of day it is? My cock time. Yeah.
It was, I won it in bingo at one of the fairs.
Oh, shit.
So what other videos do you have on there?
Well, I don't know what else I should really show on stream. Most of these are just home videos.
Okay, well, I'll remove the screen. I'll remove it from the stream, and then you let me know when you're ready to show it. That way you can dig through it without it being on the stream.
I wonder if I have Tristan of Thunder here. No. So
what the fuck is that?
So there's this. So I went to the medieval fair with some people at work, including my friend Corey, and they had this one guy who was like the king of the fair or something, or like the most douchebaggiest, but he had his own minstrel, and they were like, Tristan of Thunder. I'm like, that guy's a faggot. I want him dead. I want him dead now. By the law of Tristans, when two Tristans meet, one must die.
I knew two Tristans. They didn't get along.
Yeah, that's it. I just killed him. But yeah, no, his minstrel was like the most dumb thing.
All right, am I good to bring it up or?
No, it's gonna take me a while to find it.
Okay. Well, see, I thought you were looking for other Mikey videos too.
No, that's all I have, really.
That's all you have is just.
Yeah, there's that string. I have that. Your Wendy's. You have one where you're doing the Wendy's drive-through like yellow snow cone thing or something.
We had a home video we did for the family when we went to Disneyland and Universal Studios way back when I was like a super small kid, right? And somebody's brilliant idea was to give me the video camera and let me record stuff. And it was funny because that day forth it had been dubbed my name because it's like all day that footage was just people's butts because I was too short to like actually record anything except for butts. And so it's like you go back and you just see me standing in line and the camera's shaking. And then like when we're on rides, it's just my lap. I'm like, what parent gave up?
Both of them.
Yeah. Oh god.
It's like just let the kid have the camera. Let's say that's all my that's a kid's point of view at Disneyland. Just a bunch of asses and laps.
It's true. The whole experience, like what I remember, because I only went there when I think I was 9. No, 8. I was pretty short. I'm still short, but yeah, it was just butts and butts and butts and butts. And then there's like one little bit of footage where I try to record my sister, and she's like, "Get out of my face!" And then my stepfather was like, "Yeah, get out of her face." I was like, "Oh, that's nice." Gonna remember that one for all time.
Yeah, I can't find anything too funny. Like, I don't have much humorous video on here. It's
no. I gotta find that DVD, or I gotta ask Mikey to find.
I've got another one where I was out at a lake with Paul and a couple other friends, and like Paul was trying to break a stick on a rock, and I said, "Hello, YouTube," and it almost went on YouTube, except for the chunk of stick that broke off just missed his head. But, so it did not end up on YouTube. But
that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Dang.
6 inches from going on YouTube.
Just. Oh God. Yeah. Oh shit. I need to take a new avatar picture. That looks really bad.
Oh, this one?
No, mine. I said I need to take a new one because I look terrible.
Well, you definitely look different in that one than you do in real life.
Well, yeah. I mean, I was clean shaven when I had that.
Well, you look like you don't have a lot of color to your cheeks. You might want to see a doctor about that.
Yeah, I think the rest of me has no color either. So.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm a very colorful person to a certain degree. I mean, depends on what kind of color we're talking about.
I'm hanging out with my monochrome. Yeah. There you go. There's a pun for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A really bad one. I'm sorry.
So you're better than that.
I don't do dads. I try to make up my own bad jokes, and then they're worse.
Yeah.
I'm trying to pass it on though. I do have a very fond memory of my 6-year-old niece turning to me one day and cracking a really bad pun, and then smiling and going, "Eh?" Because she knows that I do that to her sometimes, and I was like, "Oh God, what have I done?" And then I smiled, and I was so proud.
The next generation.
Yeah, started early.
Yeah.
So why TWPPD1130?
I started. Well, I'm trying to get away from it being my real name. So the easiest solution is to take the O's in terms of the P's. So the people who know what my name is get it, but the people who don't were just like, "What the fuck is that name?"
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Well,
I think there was another reason too, but
I needed more PP in my name.
I guess. I remember him telling me once that he was on Ethan Van Sciver's stream.
Oh yeah,
and he made a remark, and I guess he called him out, and he called you Twood.
Yeah. No, I gave him it was one of Ethan Van Sciver's sometimes in the mornings he'll do these music streams and play the piano.
Yeah.
And I commented that the days when he does this were the best days, and then he goes, "Twood says," I'm like, "God damn it."
Twood, yeah. And that's where the whole Atlantean TWOOD came from.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I am a Brad, if that helps any. So.
Yay. A Brad?
Yeah, AFK Brad.
How the fuck do you get Brad?
Dyslexic people who read my name in chat, like Jeremy. No, not Jeremy. Ryan. Ryan on Geeks and Gamers.
Oh, Ryan Cannell.
Yeah. But that's okay. I also got a AFK board one time. So
well,
it's really hard to read,
I think it's funny that, it's this AFK bard, but what good is a bard if it's AFK?
Well, that's the point. The joke with my friends was that if I went AFK, you wouldn't notice. So, yeah, none of them appreciate the bards.
They don't appreciate the bard until they have to.
Yeah. So I was, I went with that name because it's most effective of the class that I usually play too.
Of course, you would play the bard.
I like to be the support class. I stand on the side, make a lot of noise, and whoop and cheer, and other people do the stuff for me.
Yeah.
Bards can do a lot more than that.
Oh yeah. We can write stories, and if you watch, what is it?
If you play instruments, you can create little special. You can have special abilities with the instrument. You can do charms and shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, bards are amazing. It helps if you know how to play an instrument, but
yeah.
I can play plenty of instruments. I wouldn't consider myself a bard because a bard has to be charismatic. I have the charisma of a steel plate.
No, dude, you got a lot of charisma. I think people have it in different ways. You've got a very good radio host charisma. You know, like when like someone comes onto the stream, it's like you sound like you know what you're talking about, and you kind of like lead them along. You know.
Yeah.
Well, I sound like I know what I'm talking about anyway, but I appreciate it.
Well,
I don't mean to
you
come across
do
as
know what
arrogant
you're talking about.
I don't mean to come across as arrogant when I say that. I'm well aware of how I was like I do know what I'm talking about to a certain extent. If I'm not talking about something, I usually don't know about it.
Well, no, I just meant that that's a part of the charisma about you.
Yeah, I still don't think I have much for charisma. But then again, I don't necessarily think highly of myself. I don't think down on myself all that much either, but I'm not putting myself up there like, yeah, okay, I'm a guy who does shit. Take what I say with a grain of fucking salt, maybe a shot of penicillin. And I can't always get into this vibe either. Twood over there.
I'm good at bringing up topics for you.
Well, he's one of the few that can bring out that because I've known him long. We've known each other for almost 10 years now, and he's one of the few that can bring out the what am I thinking of, Tristan?
Bring out the conversation topics that get you going.
Well, yes, I was going to say that. Yeah, something like that.
Well, how about I talk about the D&D club at UMaine and how they absolutely pissed off us engineers off.
Oh, wait, what?
Okay, so at UMaine, I hung out with a group of engineers in this place called the Commuter Lounge, and we liked the Commuter Lounge because outside the engineering building where our souls were getting sucked out, and there was food and coffee in the building with the lounge, but then the D&D club formed, and it became the biggest club on campus. And like, they had over 130 members. And like, I was surprised the club wasn't imploding on itself, because a club based on a thing that encourages ego is there's some D&D players. You only need one egotistic D&D player to ruin a whole club. But somehow they kept it together, and that's probably because my friend Bowie is pretty good at keeping that kind of thing together and keeping the people from going crazy. But anyway, they'd have D&D meetings fucking constantly, right? They were there till 10 o'clock, and we're engineers. We're sitting there trying to use the board for fucking, math and engineering stuff, and they're sitting there going, rolling dice and making noise. Like, what the fuck are these kids doing? Like, how are they still passing their classes? Turns out a lot of them aren't.
Well, D&D is a very important thing, and it takes a while to get your campaign going.
Yeah, no, so they were doing a lot of them were doing daily campaigns in this lounge till 10 o'clock at night. Us engineers might be in the lounge sometimes till 1 doing our homework together, but it was just the most absurd thing. And the club managed to stay together up until last year. And then of course, again, drama killed it eventually. Like I said, ego eventually gets in the way of that kind of thing. So,
dude, did you ever get to watch The Darkest Dungeons?
Yeah, I've seen that one. I've seen the video commentary from I think Angry Video Game Nerd or John Tron. I can't remember.
Oh, okay, cool. I wasn't sure. I didn't realize they did that.
There's nothing wrong with D&D, and you're right. It just takes a huge time investment. And us as engineers are like, these guys got to be business majors because we don't have time for fucking breathing.
I know. Well, it's funny because it's so hard to describe because no one would believe it unless they literally try to sit for a session. Because it's I told a friend once, I was like, I spent 6 hours at my friend's house on a Saturday, and we probably did about 5 minutes worth of actual campaign stuff, and it was all a battle. Yeah. The entire time was, okay, I'll stand here. Okay, I'll stand there. And then at the end, you think about it. And it's if time-wise, and it's holy crap. And now think about it. This is a campaign. We're going to have to keep going and going and going. Oh, my God.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with D&D, but we were first of all, we hated them because they had free time.
It was from a place of envy to a certain degree.
Yeah.
You little bastard, you have the time to roll dice around. Fuck
yeah.
you. It's
Yeah,
I've
none
got
of them
dice right next to my chair.
Yeah, it's
Of course
like
you do.
Yeah,
No,
here's
no.
the. There you go.
yeah. So I don't want anybody listening, especially if
Where?
somebody from the Humane D&D Club sees this. I don't hate you guys.
I
Yeah,
hope they see
please.
it.
There are people who dropped out of Humane and kept coming to D&D Club, and they're not supposed to do that, but they did.
They're not supposed to.
I didn't realize that there was a literal club for that stuff. Are you guys gatekeeping D&D now?
I don't know. Well, they had so many. They were the biggest club on campus. They had so many members. My friend Bowie was lore master, and he kept things straight. But like with that many members, and again, ego driven. Like you only need one 8,000-year-old vampire who thinks he's the shit to.
Did you guys ever? Oh, sorry. Did you ever do like versus campaigns?
I wasn't part of the club. I was an engineering student, so I was one of the ones being all grumbly to the side.
I had a friend try that, and it's never a good idea if you have a group of friends. Because it's like he split it up and he's like, okay, I'm gonna game separately with each of you, and you're like competing for like the same quest, and then he would bring us together for certain situations, and then he'd like go off with us separately, and we were so upset at each other by the end.
Yeah. So I don't know how they were doing. Obviously, they managed for a lot. Like this club was held together pretty well. Holding a club together of over 130 members for a couple years is impressive. Like you got to give them that.
Yeah.
That's. But it eventually fell apart, and UMaine banned them from holding club activities anywhere on campus. I don't know what event caused that, but I think somebody got butthurt and went and told.
It was clearly devil worship.
Like, because some people were not playing D&D with the group anymore, and they were trying to start their own groups.
Yeah, I do Pathfinder now, but that's just because I don't have any friends around who do D&D. So, yep. But I have one friend who also would. What's the other one? Dragonlance. He did Dragonlance.
Yeah.
And that one was really weird.
I'm sorry, this is a Vampire the Masquerade Club. You can fuck right off.
Oh, hey, howdy.
Oh, fuck.
Hey, Thomas.
Yeah.
Hey.
There was no Warhammer Club. Why wasn't there a Warhammer Club?
Dude, I wish I had been into it, because Az makes it look so cool now. I want to paint a crap ton of it and then just meet somebody who wants to play with me. And that sounds kinky, but not that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let's not.
Oh yeah, bring up those plastic toys. Ah.
The orc has a club. We want you to have.
Dude, I'm a half orc in my campaign. Thank you very much. I like orcs. I know they have to be represented.
Yes. Aren't orcs racist now, though?
Yeah.
Oh well, no, they're a symbol of oppression.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you think about it, back to the Tolkien lore, right? Like, if the humans are white people, and so are the hobbits, then and if elves are basically fantasy Asians, then what are black? What's left?
What's left?
What was Tolkien a racist? I don't know. Maybe he was from that time period where it was maybe a bit more acceptable by society.
I don't think Tolkien,
I don't condone such activities, but it's not my place to criticize the past.
I don't think Tolkien set in stone the standards for fantasy. I think the idea of fantasy existed long before that.
Yeah.
Orcs. Like goblins.
Yeah. But no, I don't think. I would just say, like, maybe that's the string of thoughts they're going down to defend myself if somebody takes that out of context. But it's like maybe that's the string of thought. It's like, from like a Tolkien perspective, Tolkien was a British man from like the 20s to the 80s. I can't remember when he died, but
Yeah, he died when he died. That one time.
Yeah. But
oh God.
For a second there, I thought you were lading a bowl or something. Like, that's not characteristic for Lane.
Oh, I was gonna say, did I not mute myself? But then I was like, oh, you're not talking about me. And then
What do you mean? Did you not
there's
mute
no
yourself?
reason
What are you
why I
smoking about?
would.
This is a drug-free stream, lady.
No, I would never. I'm clearly bubbling
Lane and I
kettle
are
water.
straight edge, right? We're straight edge cool kids. I don't know where
Cool
Lane
kid.
got his tattoo, but mine's right on the back of my ass.
Well, I am clearly a rebel. I went to Evergreen and I live in Washington State. So
You went to Evergreen? The Evergreen?
yeah, but I went there before they went woke.
Oh, I was gonna say I wanted stories. Now I'm disappointed.
What's
No, I
Evergreen?
went-
Now,
My first year I went there was a wall of smoking people outside of the library, and that was pretty much the entire experience. There's a whole bunch of like people who smoke during the day, and then at parties they just had a lot of brownies and drinks and crap. And nobody was. I only encountered one class that was woke,
Oh.
yeah.
and then I looked back and I'm like, oh God, what happened?
A lot of things happened.
Yeah, I know. It was a
What?
very nice place back in the day where you could smoke, get high, and go to an unofficial nudie beach. So,
Unofficial.
well, I
But
mean,
we're lucky
it wasn't
we're-
even a beach.
I wouldn't even want to go.
Yeah.
At Evergreen, no. The people there technically weren't even the students. It was like people who would come and hang out nearby and hope that students would show up.
So
It's
they're
like,
the creepers then.
Yeah.
It's like Euro Trip, if you ever saw that movie.
yeah.
Nope, never seen it.
Oh
It's a
God,
pretty
there's
good
this.
movie. It's pretty funny.
It's a stereotypical, teens
Yeah.
go on vacation, but the joke is that the guys are super excited for the nude beaches. And so they finally get there and it's all dudes looking for ladies.
Yeah, not just regular dudes, like old men, hairy old men.
Yeah. And they're all naked and they're like, oh God, no, this is not what we
There's an
wanted. And then
unrated version of the movie where it shows everything, and it's just like,
but then they've got their one friend who is a girl, and all the guys, of course, notice her. So, fun times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I never watched it just because it was another one of those teen movies. I was like fucking
Oh no, it
high
wasn't.
school at the time. It's just like, all right, fuck it. I don't want to deal with this shit.
It was a bag of Doritos. That's the type of movie it was. It's like when you get like this little snack bag of chips for your lunches.
Yeah.
Like those were the types back in the day that it's like, oh hey, that kind of movie. Let's go have that.
yeah, it wasn't amazing cinema, but I mean, it was a fun movie to watch.
I was a boring kid.
Yeah.
Not really, but I
Yeah.
just those movies never interested me.
My favorite was Scary Movie 3. That's the one with Charlie Sheen
Yes.
and Leslie Nelson.
If you say that's
Nielsen.
weird, you can see how we pee.
How do you say
God, I have to
goodbye?
watch that down. Oh God. Yeah. Sorry, I asked. God, that's a great one. Yeah, I the first one was okay. The second one I did not like, but then the third one, it was like, because it wasn't. I think it was the first one that it wasn't technically a horror movie. They were just making fun of a whole bunch of stuff, but it was a whole bunch of stuff I actually liked, so it worked for me.
Yeah, no, I did like the third one.
I liked the first Scary Movie, and I liked the second one. I didn't watch anything past that though.
Well, that's fair.
And I liked the first one insofar as it makes fun of the very horror tropes that I absolutely enjoy.
Mhm.
And yeah, I'm not gonna explain. I'm not gonna get geeky on that either because God forbid.
Go geeky like the premise for Buffy the Vampire Slayer was Joss Whedon wanted a blonde girl walking down an alley, and then you think that she's gonna get like attacked, and then she's the one who ends up beating somebody up. I like that. Good twist. I'm getting an echo. Is that me? Can you hear me, Echoing?
Huh? Yeah, I can hear you.
I can't hear any echo.
Okay, well, I guess it's just me.
Maybe.
Oh,
But yes, it is, Angelus. I wonder if that name has any indication as to your Buffy fandom there.
yeah.
I mean, he does have a thing for vampires, so.
Whatever.
I was a Spike fan. I was on Team Buffy.
Yeah.
Spike was a good villain though.
Mm-hmm. I got like really uppity in that show, and I was vindicated in the comics afterwards. But everybody was I knew was like, oh, what? I missed something.
Oh God.
Oh,
Mama Atlantean.
Yeah.
I think that was the opening of Scary Movie 2, where James
Yeah.
Woods was on the toilet as the priest.
ouch.
And it was played up as I gotta fucking watch that movie again now. I'm gonna hate it because Scary
you could
Movie
do
is a bad amalgamation of pop culture references that are so dated.
Yeah. I mean, at the time, I don't think they spent a lot of money making those movies, and like they were just lighthearted. It's like,
well, there's certain
Fine.
ones that styles. I don't know if Scary Movie worked exactly, but they can stand alone as like good storytelling. But a lot of the later ones they did was like the script was basically reference, and they didn't even try to put a story in there anymore.
That's basically what the series became. It's like, okay, let's see if we can make these pop culture references look like a fucking long commercial, and it's string a bit of story there. It's like putting parsley on your bowl of ice and expecting to enjoy it.
yeah.
Yeah, there's this clip, I think it's on YouTube, that you can find. It's like one scene from what is it, another superhero movie or whatever they did, and it's basically a minute and a half or 2 minutes of basically one character after another just walking through the scene and nothing happening, just them being references to things as they appeared. And it's
I think that was a disaster movie.
Yes, that was what it is.
With the superheroes showing up trying to stop this thing, and they were all just being, I don't know, it's like a humiliation conga for all of them.
Yeah.
Yes. I just like, that was the point where I realized I was wasting my time, because before that I got some sort of humor from them, but they gave up on it.
I'm gonna sound like a broker. I'm gonna sound a bit odd, but I actually enjoyed disaster movie. But here's the I enjoyed it in a very not necessarily because it was good, but there were parts of it that were funny as hell to me.
I could say the same.
And it wasn't it wasn't the references that were funny.
Oh, okay.
Like, I mean, like a lot of the reference shit was just really stupid. Like the Juno bit, and the Juno and the you don't mess with the Zohan, and the baby springing out of her uterus and fucking kicking the Sarah Jessica Parker tranny lookalike.
Wow.
Yeah, and Borat. You forgot Borat was there.
I don't remember. But it's just like, that wasn't funny. But there was a few parts. The jumper bit was funny as hell, where he's like in this dream or something. He's jumping around, and then she looks at him. She says she loves him. He just bails out. And she's like, see ya. And then he jumps to a different movie scene, and it was Prince Caspian.
Yep.
And he just jumps there and ends up falling on Caspian's sword. After it's just like. It's like, what's going on? He looks, it's like it's the guy that ruined Star Wars.
Nice.
That was one of the best fucking scenes ever. Oh, fuck. I gotta find that now just so I can. I'm gonna shut my camera off for a second so I don't look like a fucking goon.
I don't know what's it doing behind that camera.
Oh god.
Inappropriate things.
Well, it's not like you'd be able to. It's not like you'd be able to see anyway. The fucking camera only goes to about here.
Yeah, the lovely sound of a
Hey,
lighter.
what's that noise you're making?
I'm just hammering some nails into the wall. What are you talking about?
He's slapping
some carpentry.
dough. Yeah.
You know, it'd be a really great joke is if I actually turn the camera back on and there's a hammer in my hand. Like what?
Yeah.
No, at that point, I would be concerned that somebody had been offed.
No, that would be if I come back with something like this. You know, like have a.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, there you go. I've got a giant knife next to me too.
These aren't necessarily giant. These are.
Did you ever notice how stupid the movie Unfriended was?
Yes, actually, I feel bad that I bought the fucking thing.
Well, I mean, okay, beyond the just beyond the concept, right? Because I mean, like, technically, we have some really stupid haunted movies that are really cool that have really stupid concepts. They could be done all right, you know. But at the end of the day, they couldn't. I mean, when they couldn't find the unfriend button in their apps, and they couldn't figure out how to exit out of the program, they never once unplugged the computer. And I just, when I thought of that, I was like, oh God, I can't even. Like, because when you think about it, it's like, as a writer, the first thing you're going to be like is, okay, well, what would people try to get out of here? Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah. That was beautiful.
The world's less magical now that I've gone through electrical engineering school, because whenever like a spirit possesses a TV or a computer, I go, how is that spirit generating 200 watts of power to boot up that computer? I just don't see it.
Have you watched any of Ralph the Movie Maker's stuff?
Yeah, I've watched some of that.
Okay. He does some really fun reviews. Yeah. I get a kick out of his the Prometheus one that he did, and what's the other one? Annihilation or whatever. I don't know. Yeah. He's got a great sense of humor when it comes to calling out that stupid stuff.
What was the one? I can't remember what one. He was doing a video where like this guy is like the director and the director's daughter were like thing. He's like, his daughter's really hot. Hey, by the way, you know, like if you're interested in a relationship, I'm Twitter at Ralph Sethi.
Yeah, I remember that. That was the restaurant one.
Yeah. The restaurant. Yeah. I love that one.
What you got for us, Atlantean?
Something.
It's got something. Is it contagious? Because social distance.
I'm contagious enough as it is. You're already in danger, so.
Well, don't worry. I am my own disease, so I'll eat it up.
Yeah. You know what? I'm not. Yeah. I sent you another link, Tristan.
Ooh, he's sliding all up in your DMs.
I do. We do that every so often, you know. We got to show some love and affection. I don't have any other DMs to slide into.
All right. You don't have to make excuses. I get it. I see what you like to do.
I mean, I can always slide. I can always slide into yours, but I don't ever really know what to talk about, you know. So.
Well, I don't just accept links from just anybody, you know.
Well, I'm not just anybody.
I gotta know the person.
Savage move. And your adorable kids. Now it's
okay. Are you gonna?
I'm in the middle of an ad.
Yeah, I can hear it. This is the scene I was talking about, though. And like I said, I had to look it up again. It's fucking stupid. It's not stupid. It's good. Oh shit. I need a new candle too. There we go. TWOOD screen. Oh shit.
I'm a jumper.
A what?
I can teleport through time and space.
This is just...
I hope we stay together forever. I love you.
Later.
Later. I am Prince Caspian, here to save Narnia. Guys,
I think we're over
the guy who ruined Star Wars.
Oh fuck it. You think you're what now?
I was gonna say we don't want to go over the fair use.
Oh, for fuck's sake! It was. She muted herself again.
Oh, sorry. I was talking too. My gosh. It's okay. I was, I didn't want to make any noises that like might be misconstrued or anything.
Yeah, I'm like, what? No, you know what? I can't fucking speak today anymore. I'm so fucking done.
That's okay. What is the English language but a bunch of noises put together to communicate?
A bunch of noises that try to make sense. I can't even make sense anymore.
Well, sense is overrated.
Huh?
We're live? Are we live?
We're still good, man.
I'm tired.
We just went dead for a couple seconds there. Sorry, guys.
We're all just standing there like the fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to, get a little one of those electric paddles to wake me up again.
Yeah.
Apologies. I'm here.
The defibrillator. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
I liked how Drunk 3PO was talking about how at the park they were putting guns to people's heads when they came in. And I was like, okay, you need to elaborate if they're not just putting guns to people's heads who come to the park. I'm like, they're temperature gauge things. I don't know what they're called, but don't say it's a gun.
They're thermometers.
The temperature weapon.
Yeah.
Temperature weapon.
Oh god, it's all about the phrasing, but it was funny because he's just so jovial but like serious about it. I was like, don't worry guys, they got guns that they're putting to your heads.
Yeah, it's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. How many times can I say the word before they're like, what's going on in that chat?
Yeah. Gun, bomb, gun. No.
Oh god, no. Grand Theft Auto. There you go. I covered.
From Meet the Parents.
Oh.
Bomb on an airplane. Bomb.
Man, that must have been before 9/11, though.
It was after 9/11.
Oh, shoot. That's funny.
You ever seen Meet the Parents? It's at the very end.
I was not a Ben Stiller fan.
Yeah.
Was not.
Well, I'm still not. At the time it came out, I wasn't, so I didn't watch it. But I have seen movies Ben Stiller is in that I have enjoyed. Like, I love Mystery Men.
Yeah.
But I didn't go see it because of Ben Stiller.
At the end of the movie, he's pissed off at the airport because they delivered to him that wasn't even his, and like when his father-in-law opened it, there was a dildo in it. So he's just really pissed off at the airport, and they're giving him shit. So he just like goes off on them, and says, "There's not like there's a bomb in my thing." And she's like, "You can't say bomb on the airplane." He goes, "Bomb."
I was a bombardier, bomb, but he just continues taunting him.
Yeah.
That was the first. That was the only movie out of that series that was actually funny.
That second one had its moments, I'd say. I don't remember seeing the third one, so.
You keep bringing up all this cool stuff. You should make a list and like have a watch along or something.
Yeah.
What the hell's a watch along?
Well, like you have people join your stream and you watch them separately, like with and like do your own running commentary together.
Yeah, I can barely get two people to watch on here. If I want to do a watch along, I just go to my friend's house. It's. I mean, like I said, I don't mean to be down on myself in that sense, but I don't have a following here. I have, I can just. And besides, what movies am I going to have a watch along with? Bloodsport, Barry Gordy's The Last Drag. Actually,
we're going to keep it to public domain movies so we can easily stream them. So, but the most hardcore of those is like Night of the Living Dead. So
yeah, and we'd still have to restrict the channel anyway.
Yeah.
You could pull it off like shoot. Who was doing that? I think it was my nerdy home. She was watching the Tiger show, but with like a mirror.
Oh yeah,
but she managed. She got through that.
Illegal. She's just tricking the system.
Well, right. There ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
It was just an accident.
Yeah, if you were to watch public domain movies, you could watch anything.
Oh, that's true.
Public domain, except that they've been keeping movies out of the public domain because Disney keeps expanding copyright law. But whatever.
How does Disney keep expanding copyright law?
So Mickey Mouse is pretty old, right? Like I can't remember how old Mickey Mouse is now, but he's pretty old. But every time Mickey Mouse has come to the point where he's gonna enter the public domain, Disney goes to Congress and is like, "Hey, what'd be great is if we expanded copyright law."
Yeah, they actually already did that for them at least once that I'm aware of.
They've done it a couple of times.
Can't they just transfer the copyright rights to somebody?
No, copyright expires.
I know that.
Everything.
You can transfer it, or someone can buy it and renew a copyright or something.
No.
Can't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
I was like, 'cause I know the deal's like 70 some odd years after somebody's death.
Yeah.
Copyright expires, but I figured I always thought there was a way to transfer those
Disney
rights
spent
to
the
other
last
people.
20, 30 years extending copyright, but every time Mickey Mouse gets close, and what this has caused that where before you had a steady stream of movies entering the public domain, Disney kept extending copyright, so movies didn't enter the public domain. The only reason the Night of the Living Dead entered the public domain is because somebody screwed up and accidentally let it lapse into the public domain. But that's cool. It's a cultural movie, so nobody's particularly upset.
I want to see those movies. I never have.
You can watch the original Night of the Living Dead anywhere. You can post it anywhere. The Night of the Living Dead belongs to you. It belongs to me. It belongs to everybody. It's in the public domain. That's what's cool.
I don't want to watch it by myself though, because I don't like scary stuff. Scares me.
No. I'm just saying.
We can always have a private stream party if we really want it.
But yeah, nobody can keep for pirating Night of the Living Dead, the original, because it's not copyright anymore. So
nice, good for them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's kind of like Wizard of Oz. It's public domain.
A Wizard of Oz is public domain?
I don't know if it is yet.
I know the books are, but the movie, I don't know. That kind of stuff's pretty weird.
Okay, it says here that Mickey Mouse will be public domain in 2024.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Yeah.
How much you want to put down that they're going to extend it again by like another 20 years?
Congress can shut them down, okay?
Yeah.
Let's speaking honestly here. I'm surprised their bullshit hasn't gotten the attention of Congress and antitrust, because they're becoming a very dangerous monopoly.
Yeah.
That's completely true. It's surprising the amount of power that they have, and like they're not paying any like tax or whatever they have going on down there. It's like they're taking advantage of everything.
Yeah.
Well, it's not even. I'm not going to get into the whole tax thing, because they still technically pay taxes. It's just whether much of it comes out of their bottom line overall or not is a difference. Everybody pays taxes. It's paid throughout the year.
Yeah, it's just like I don't think that they're going to. I think that they're going to extend the copyright again somehow because I just can't imagine a company that's. See, this is the problem with extending it because of the fact that they've owned the rights for so long. Can you imagine suddenly someone being allowed to make whatever merchandise they want with your like the Mickey Mouse that you see in a theme park? Like, there's going to be such a fight to resist that.
At the end of the day, it's not theirs. It was Walt Disney's. Walt Disney's dead.
Yeah.
The Disney name and the Disney brand may be trademarked to them, but
trademarks are different, apparently.
I know.
But yeah, according to the article, apparently nobody's pursuing extending the copyright anymore. And there's actually groups like growing to prevent an additional extension because it's extended to the point where it's actually pretty ridiculous, right?
Yeah, and it's applied to everything now, not just Disney. Like everybody has to do it this way now because of Disney.
Yeah. It's like 70 years after somebody's death, which is basically 2 fucking lifetimes worth.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, before I create, like, say you and I create something.
Yeah.
And we copyright it. It's, for however long we live, could be for another 50 years, plus 70 years after that. That's easily 4 fucking generations.
Yeah.
If a generation is every 20 years, if not longer, technically.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's pretty silly, actually. Like how long it goes, because, the public domain is supposed to be a body of media that's belongs to everybody, right? Imagine if Shakespeare was a copyrighted work, right? Shakespeare belongs to everybody on this planet, period. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Nobody can stop you from reading Shakespeare. Nobody can stop you from owning Shakespeare because it belongs to you.
Nobody can stop you from making a play on Shakespeare.
Yeah, you can make your own parody. You can make your own whatever.
Parody is one of those things that you don't necessarily need. You don't necessarily need permission for. That's one of the things.
But yeah, you can do anything with it anyway. So they basically just turned off that faucet of things entering the public domain, and like they're not going to start entering the public domain again until 2024, apparently. So
at least, yeah.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah,
I should start planning out my Mickey Mouse porno.
Yeah.
God. You know what? Let's not even mention that because furries.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Furries are gonna go ape shit. I really don't need that imagery right now.
No, furries care more about the Robin Hood movie, and I don't think that.
I was just gonna say, but we could bring in the SJWs on our side if we decide to make something with furries.
I don't want them on our side. They're obnoxious.
Maybe we could do subliminal messaging though, like a couple hot furry guys who don't like the way that the SJWs are marginalizing race.
True, actually, like furries tend to be on the side of like the media, like. Furries tend to be on our side of things, believe it or not. Despite the 2 groups not liking each other, like they curiously get along when it comes to like media being influenced by Puritans.
I'm sure there are some of them that probably do get along with us. That doesn't necessarily mean they all do, because most of the ones in the public spotlight being promoted by this fucking alphabet group are obnoxious, smelly ones.
There's no F in LGBTQIA+.
That's what the plus means.
Plus means a few different things, but we got too lazy to add additional letters.
LGBTQAAIP, sometimes Y, the number 3.
I know. I finally learned about what the P is that they're trying to put in there, and I was so annoyed by that. I was like, "Are you serious?"
What is that?
Well, I don't know. How
you don't know if it's actually true or not.
Well, no. I know it's true. I just don't know how prominent the movement is for it.
Yeah, but what is?
I heard that it's
pedophile.
Yeah. And when I heard that, I was like, "Oh my god, I give up."
Yeah, because people are going on about that. It's like, I don't even want to touch that. It's just so fucking retarded.
Yeah, me neither. Like I couldn't even.
It's like about pride, right? And if you put P in there, it's about being proud to be a pedophile.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
Yikes.
yeah, it's one of those things too. I mean, if you really want to get pedantic about it, and I'm not endorsing this in any way. I'm speaking specifically from what the mental condition is defined.
Yeah.
It's technically considered an attraction to what the fuck?
But should you be proud
Younger
of that?
kids. But yeah, I know. But well, here's what I'm saying. It's say recurrent.
Because to have your letter in the LGBTQ sequence is about pride, and you probably shouldn't be prideful
Right.
about being attracted
yes.
to children.
Yeah, I was gonna say because I was saying technically the definition is there, which technically means you don't have to act on those on those to technically have that mental condition.
Yeah. Well, if people have a condition they want to get better, that's fine.
I'm also that's all. I'm also mincing words there because at the end of the day, that's not something you want to be proud of. I don't give a shit if it's a mental disorder.
Yeah.
Get some fucking help.
Yeah.
And I know someone's gonna come on here. Oh, you're just a bigot. Fuck off. Just go shit in the hat.
Oh my god. I want to see someone come in and try to defend a pedo.
Like, I mean, I can understand, having the ability and fight. The ability, yeah. It's a special power. Pedo bear.
Dude, I love pedo bear.
Pedo bear approved. Oh god, I hope that I really hope this doesn't get struck. I'm gonna be so fucking.
I'm trying to avoid some trigger words by shortening them, but I think the R word and the P word and other things like that can trigger them if you say it too much.
What's the R word?
RAPE.
Oh, rap.
Yeah,
I don't mind rap. The E is silent. It's rap. Shush.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna mention anything else right now. But it's rap. Rap is crap.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not even like I on a stream. I'm not gonna touch that. I'm of a certain mindset. I follow George fucking Carlin, so take that as you may.
Yeah.
I think Tristan definitely gets what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, no, the P probably shouldn't be added to the sequence.
unless it's meant for Pan.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I know that there was already a P, but there's a couple of repeated letters already. I haven't been paying attention for a while. I feel like a really bad ally.
Yeah.
You feel like a bad ally? Oh, come on.
Well, I'm in the rainbow and I don't even know what's in it. So
You're what?
I'm a part of the rainbow and I don't even know what is in there on the list. So I feel
hard
like
to keep up with a living document like that they add to every 5 minutes, but
yeah, right. I'm just like, dude, whatever. I don't even like labels. I'm just like, dude, girls are hot and guys are hot, and that's cool.
Yeah.
So I'm not like walking up and saying, "Hey, I'm bisexual."
International.
Yeah, say that doesn't make part of your identity. What the fuck is that scratching?
Oh, maybe it's me.
It's coming from
I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
Are you good? No, it's fine. I'm just like, I can't hear myself think.
You feel awful about yourself now.
Shut up, Twood.
That's how I respond to that.
What
usually.
the fuck was I
Sorry,
saying?
you should feel bad.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, I was gonna say it doesn't define your identity though.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I get so annoyed.
Had you not mentioned it, I wouldn't have fucking guessed.
Yeah.
Well, right, and that's the thing. It's like these are things that everybody is listing in their profiles now. Like it's one of those things that they have to let everybody know before they even have a single conversation.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's not natural. Like you don't walk up to somebody, or a normal, healthy conversation doesn't start with you yelling in their face, okay, my pronouns are this, and I am this, and okay. And it's like, no, you just don't do that. So it's very problematic.
Asking me a favor, and if you're asking me a favor, maybe I should know you first.
And I think I've just grew up in a world that doesn't fit the narrative, because I've been gaming since forever, and like my experiences is like if I've never used voice chat. People just assume I was a guy and it's whatever. And then like if I did use the voice chat, they'd be like, "Oh, cool, a girl," and then it'd be like whatever.
Yeah,
and
it's
like
a little bit of shock, and then
yeah, and I would never go in being like, "Okay, guys, I'm a girl gamer. Okay, you gotta like treat me with respect and shit."
Yeah, despite
because we were just
influence on the thing, gamers are pretty accepting. They're just people who want to play fucking games.
Yeah, it's all a narrative, which is really frustrating because it's like I never was identified by gender when I was gaming, and I never identified the people with me like that either. Like, oh, I've got a lot of guy gamers friends, and I've got some girl gamer friends. I was like, I've got friends who are gamers.
Yeah.
But narratives don't write themselves.
Yeah.
So.
Let's say somebody's got to come in and write the shit down.
Yeah.
So I had another game idea I wanted to run past Lane before the end of the night, and
oh Jesus,
the Karen meme's taking off these days, and I think it's time we capitalize on the Karen meme in gaming form. And, I think we need to do this in the style of a Japanese dating sim, where you date a Karen. Or maybe multiple Karens are the targets, and
oh dear Lord!
I can see the one you're walking into the mall and you walk up to the counter and you can see a woman. The sparkles start coming. You see a woman complaining to the manager, and you're like, oh my god, who's she?
And the whole crux of the whole goal as the main character is trying to woo the Karen. It's like you have different options to try to woo the Karens, but wooing the Karens.
Yeah.
Kind of makes you have to basically be the whipping boy, and you have to be subservient.
And keep in mind, there's going to be more than one type of Karen, because there are multiple types of Karens, and we're going to explore the entire Karen spectrum inside of Karen, the dating sim.
It's like, oh Jesus Christ, Karen sim. That would be the name, the Karen spectrum.
Yeah.
I can't stand Karens.
Oh god, it's like the fucking. There's a Karen. There's. Oh god. As far as gaming, all I care about. Yes. You know what? See, that's why I don't play multiplayer. Half the people I know are too fucking stupid to not know what they're doing. Like, okay. And here's the thing. I know I'm not alone when I say that. Everybody says that about everybody else. Everybody who plays a video game. It's like driving. It's like you're the only good driver and everybody else is shit. And everybody thinks like that.
I'm a terrible gamer. I'm really open about that.
No, but I was just building on what he said. He's got a point. It's like if you're good, it helps, and it just made me think. It's like, well, if you're the gamer, you think you generally think you're good, and everybody else is shit.
Yeah,
and you realize everybody else is thinking that. It's like driving. It's like driving a car. Yeah. It's like. When you're in your car, you're the only person around. Yeah. You're the only one that does it good. Everyone else needs to get their finger out of their ass and, learn to drive.
Yeah.
And that's and think about it. That's every fucking driver on the planet. Every fucking driver thinks like that in the car.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, I've often said that gamers are, and I think I mentioned this on
Mama. Mama.
But
ma'am, yeah. It's ma'am. Yeah. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna get carried away. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but no, I was just saying, like, gamers have always been like a very neutral audience politically. And as a matter of fact, I always thought a few years ago they would vote more Democrat, but like the more gamers get antagonized by the media, the more they start voting Republican. It's like you're creating your enemy, you idiots.
Oh, no, yeah. I mean, I was always kind of on the left side, but like when people were more sane.
Yeah.
And then I realized just one day I was in the middle and I was getting ostracized by the left side. I was like, what the heck happened? I didn't do anything different, man. Yeah. And now I'm like, the right side seems pretty damn sane.
Yeah. Like, how do you create your own worst? Yeah, just don't, like, if you had just left gamers alone, let them play their fucking games, you would be in a better situation.
Well, it's actually a stupid self-fulfilling thing where the mentality that if you're not with us, you're against us.
Yeah.
So you keep pushing people away until they're like, well, if we're not with them, I guess we're against them.
Yeah. But yeah, no, that's the one thing I always bring up. It's like, you just stop antagonizing people and you'll be doing better. Like, that's all you have to do. Stop going after groups for this and that. Stop trying to change media. Stop forcing your ideology, and you'll have a better time at getting your ideology across. No.
Amen.
Ideas always filter through humanity very slowly. Like, and a lot of people want to see things happen right now, but that's just not how reality works.
No.
Yeah, I know. It's the same with all the global change, climate stuff.
Yeah.
Like I don't not agree with it. Like, I think it's a serious. Well, it's an issue that in long term has serious repercussions. But I'm thinking short term, like when you look at the cosmic calendar.
Yeah.
And like where we stand on it and what's important to us right now. And like funding for that versus say like funding for starving people somewhere else and stuff like that. I feel like there's some priorities that need to get weighed but there's like at the same time there's this intense push to get the just environment fixed right now, like throw money at it and fix it. And I'm like, you guys realize that like right now there's so many more things that like are more like, I don't know, pressing.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
And things are getting better, and things are improving anyway because as especially like in computing technology, as we go on, things are using less power. Right,
but they're also gaining more abilities at the same time.
Yeah. I mean, back in the day, in the 90s, people still used desktop computers, which would use power supplies ranging from 200 to 400 watts for your average computer. Nowadays, desktops are a minimal number because the only people who really build desktops are professionals and gamers. Most people use laptops or tablets now, which use 40 watts or less, right? And as time goes on, people are going to be using more of those kinds of devices.
It uses as much power as a freaking light bulb, for God's sake.
Yeah. So it's like, things are getting better. Although these people who tend to complain about the power and the shit like that tend to use the most, tend to be the ones who would like to cripple their lifestyle, right?
Yeah. It's really easy to complain about that stuff for sure.
Yeah, it's like, well, these people are polluting. It's like, you could reduce the pollution by using like less light bulbs and having less conveniences. Maybe you don't need a pool at your house, for example.
I don't know about you, but if I had the opportunity, I would totally have a pool.
Well, I don't care if somebody has a pool, but if you're going to bitch about the climate, right?
Oh, right, yeah.
Maybe you should look at
I say, if you're gonna bitch about living a life of semi-luxury, take your own luxury out of the equation first, asshole.
Yeah. We were talking about like laptops earlier and like saving power. My laptop uses 180 watts of power, right, to do the same amount of gaming a 600 watt computer would do back in its time. So it's like, like everybody could convert to that if they really gave a shit about power. I don't suggest that. Like, fuck it, if you want a desktop computer, buy one. But like, if you're like, oh, we gotta make this planet green, then maybe you should be using a fucking a little netbook or something. So you're only using like 10 watts of power to do your internet browsing.
So you're not breaking that keyboard when you're typing on it there. Keyboard warrior.
Yeah. The next thing that's coming out in cell phones is wireless charging. Did you know wireless charging is super fucking wasteful?
What is the point of wireless charging?
What?
It looks cool.
So wireless charging, you need an induction coil in the phone and in the charging base, and they have to be really close together. But of course, to project energy outward, you need to spend more energy to do that.
Yeah.
So of course, it's more wasteful. It's actually really wasteful power-wise to wirelessly charge your phone.
But it looks cool.
Yeah, but it looks cool.
So sorry.
Yeah.
I would never do that. But
wireless
If
charging.
you want to wirelessly charge your phone, that's fine. But like, don't then bitch about the climate when you could do this you could do this and waste less power every day.
Yeah. Nah.
Right?
That's like, I gotta. Can you imagine that? 5-6 years from now, everything's wirelessly charged, and you pull this out. Hey, let me show you a magic trick. Ding.
Yeah.
It's like, and you just have a dead phone, and then you just plug it in, thing, and it just comes to life.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. So wireless charging's slave to the inverse square law, and the inverse square law is basically the antithesis of fun stuff. Like science-wise, it basically says you need the square of the energy to go even further. Basically, you need a lot more energy to go farther out, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
To go twice the distance, you need the square of the energy, right? So it's like, yeah, you. It's not a very friendly formula. So even if your distance is just here to here, like most wireless chargers aren't very distant, like that's still.
It's still a lot of energy you're having to put into it just to get it out.
And not to mention the charging pad's on all the time, right? It's not on full blast all the time, but it's still on all the time. Again, I don't care if somebody charges wireless, Angelus, but if we're talking about like being green and not doing that, maybe you should consider not using a wireless charging pad because you do waste power. Right, like when you start totaling up all the wireless charging pads people are going to be using in the next 10 years, then we're going to actually look at a decent amount of power that's just thrown out there for a minor convenience.
Yeah,
I actually saw an.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, go on.
I saw an ad actually on YouTube today for a video about a wireless charging pad. And it was like, made it look super cool, and it was all sleek, and it like lit up with like fancy colors to let you know various things. And I'm like, that is such a waste of battery power just with that.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, I want it to be some fancy ass color. Yeah.
It's like, and like, really, what does wireless charging buy you other than saving the port? Now, I understand saving the port. That's a good point, but. What does it save you? You can't use the phone against your face on the wireless charging pad.
You could if you wanted to burn your face off.
No, you
or
put
you
it
talk
on
like this, higher.
My phone.
You could put it on speaker.
I my phone just like this, man.
If you learn to bite your ear, you might be able to use it on the charger.
No, you got to put it on speaker and shout at it from across the room.
What if I want to browse the internet? So if I want to browse the internet, my phone that's on the wireless charger, I can be like smack dab on it, like Just
that would be awesome.
You use a computer at that point, Tristan.
Yeah.
Use the green tablet that needs to be wirelessly charged.
Yeah. The reason I'm also bringing this up is because it's rumored that Apple's next phone will have no ports.
Well, Apple's next phone already has no headphone jack.
Yeah, but they're apparently going to get rid of the Thunderbolt port next. It's a rumor. It could just be a rumor knowing Apple. But...
It's probably going to be fucking Apple's. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to figure out a way to make a wireless cord with it. Yeah. Kind of like they did with the fucking wireless earbuds.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It does piss me off that you can't buy anything but Bluetooth headphones anymore. Bluetooth headphones just don't sound as good as wired headphones. And when I'm actually using headphones, I mean, maybe I'm not the use case for these, but it's like
not.
I actually owned a pair of Bluetooth headphones, like one of the first pairs of them back in like 2004, and I mean, obviously they've improved since then, but it's like I found that like they just weren't that convenient compared to like a regular set of headphones. Like you had to charge them, and
I used an Android, and so I have a cord on my headphones.
Yeah. So I don't know. Again, maybe I'm just not with the times, and I don't think this like Bluetooth headphone craze is like the best thing. Maybe it's just the fact that all the companies make headphones aren't making regular headphones anymore and only making Bluetooth ones is why I'm upset. It's like it's like you could still make the old ones.
Don't Bluetooth headphones have a bit of a delay anyway?
Yeah, there's a bit of lag. See these headphones here? These are a pair of Sony ear clip headphones. I had to buy these on eBay a few years ago. I got them for $40 and had to import them from Japan. They sound amazing. I love these things. But they stopped producing them, and they now cost over $140 on eBay if I want to replace these.
Oh, geez.
Are they the ones that clip over your ears?
Yeah, they do the ear clip.
I remember that.
They're
I
like cool.
remember having those in high school. I remember losing them too.
These ones actually have, these ones actually have like a retractable cord. So,
Yeah,
but
I need to get some wireless stuff like that.
You know when I was back in high school, I remember the headsets that would that had the angles and they wouldn't sit on top of your head, but they had the bit that curved around your head. I always thought those were kind of cool, and then I had them. It's like these fucking are annoying.
Yeah, they can never stay up there properly.
I was like, because everyone had their cool headphones, and I'm the dweeb in the back of the bus, with these fucking goofy, cheesy headphones that you can hear the music blare. You can hear what I'm listening to. It's like I'll be walking through the bus. You'll hear Rock of Ages fucking out of the headphones.
Jeez.
Because I was listening to Def Leppard. I fucking still listen to Def Leppard. My repertoire is, but the cheesy CD player
with the fuzzy orange headphone covers.
Yeah,
the little fuzzy orange headphone covers for the old cheap old.
I don't remember the orange ones.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Keep going.
No, it's fine. But it's like the old. I say cheap because it was like Mama would Mama Atlantean, she'd get it's just $20 fucking CD player.
Yeah.
And I had the Def Leppard CD. Yeah, fuck off.
Oh, there they are. Those are the fuzzy orange ones.
These are actually $20 at Best Buy these days. These are literally these are just Bluetooth headphones in retro style.
Oh, fuck off!
$20. I know I said I hated Bluetooth, but I couldn't pass these up. They're only $20. They sound pretty good. They do sound like a bitch, but
that's just a hipster. That's the hipster version of fucking headphones now.
Well, it's cool because that's what Star-Lord has in the Guardians of the Galaxy.
But Star-Lord has them as fucking wires too.
Yeah.
Well, I have that actually. I tried to do a Star-Lord costume
I just appreciated they were making the old style of headphones. I can't really stand these in-ear earbuds.
Oh, I fucking hate them. Yeah, and not to mention, even if they stay in for a bit too long, you're basically pulling wads of earwax out. It's like, hey, I don't need to wash my ear later.
But those are the only headphones you can get now in the small size. Despite this style being available and this style being available to make headphones in, they only make them in that one fucking in-your-ear bullshit.
Yeah.
Clearly, the fix is to get giant-ass headphones like the ones that I use. And then it looks really embarrassing, but people know that you're listening to something else, so they won't start talking to you.
Hey, you know what? There's nothing embarrassing about these things because these things sound amazing, and I don't have to hear anything else.
Well, no, yours looks good. Mine look ridiculous. I bet yours cost a lot more too.
Well, these were designed to be a gaming headset.
Yeah.
Notice
I was eyeballing some, but a lot of the good ones are like over $100.
This particular one I bought this one because it was universal, because I needed a headset for streaming as well.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have I didn't have the mic set up or anything like that.
The HyperX gaming headset, I can see it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And I bought this one because it was universal. It came with the jacks that you could plug into the bottom here.
Yeah.
You could plug into the bottom here.
Yeah.
And it would split it. You could split it so it could use the microphone and the headset. Because if I were to just plug this into the microphone, see, like right here, it's probably going to pick up this shitty one as well.
Yeah.
And, I can only use one or the other, but with it.
Yeah.
That's why I bought it, because it had the splitter. In addition, it could you could use it for PC, you could use it for Xbox, you can use it for PS4, but using it for PS4 is just as easy as just plugging the headset into the fucking controller, which I think is fucking cool. But.
Well, it makes it so there's not another Bluetooth device running around.
Right.
One less thing you have to fucking charge. That's another thing that pisses me off these days. This is a pair of Bluetooth that my stepdad got from my mother when she was in the hospital. But it's like, these fucking things, it's another thing you have to fucking charge. You have to find a fucking place to charge it. And of course, it's usually micro USB, unlike everything else these days that uses something else. But, it's like, that's the other thing that's bullshit about these wireless headphones. You got to fucking charge them.
Oh, yeah.
What if I don't want to charge my fucking headphones?
So what if I'm listening to something and my headphones die out? Well, you should have fucking charged them. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, it's like, I'm sorry, charging my headphones wasn't something I normally had to do growing up.
Yeah, that's right. It's like, I didn't have to charge headphones growing up, you jackasses.
If there's an extra step, why are we doing it?
Convenience, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's not really convenience. You're trading one convenience for another. Sure, you may be able to walk like this, if you cut the cords off, but,
yeah.
sooner or later, when that dies, you're just going to be walking around going like this.
Yeah.
It's...
Yeah.
You're going to be watching the YouTube video, and you're going to have your ears in, you're going to hear it, and then all of a sudden, this is going to cut. It's like, hey, this is a good day.
Yeah. Your mic died, but anyway.
Yeah, I was making the point. That was the joke.
I got you.
That was the, because I can shut the microphone right off,
I got you.
You can hear. You can hear me now.
Yeah.
It's like the electric version of the bullet of the soundproof glass from Ace Ventura.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. I can't do that.
I
Probably.
love that.
I'll probably piss off.
Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I guess I just generally as much as I like my tech, it's like we've kind of gone down the most retarded path possible, and
because now we've hit the peak. At a certain point, we've hit the peak, and now we're progressing further. But at the same time, it's like we're kind of losing the convenience because it's basically we're going down the opposite side of the peak of the curve now. It's like things are getting better. But there's more and more steps. It's becoming more and more complicated. Like, what are you going to do?
It'd be nice if it was getting more complicated for a good reason, but it's not. My phone's never that far from my headphones. It really isn't. So why do I need them to be wireless just to add an extra battery to charge? It's like, just so Apple doesn't have to put a headphone jack in their phone so they can save the difficulty of waterproofing a headphone jack that other companies don't seem to have trouble with doing. But okay.
Well, it's fucking Apple. They try to be innovative.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you have
that you couldn't waterproof a headphone jack as easily, but I call bullshit on that.
Android did it. Android has been doing shit for years before Apple even picked it up. And Apple's walking along like they're thinking it, they're starting a new
Apple
fucking
does
trend.
Something stupid, other companies follow it. That's why when they got rid of the headphone jack, it was ultimately other companies, especially Samsung, follows them right down that fucking rabbit hole.
Samsung is just as stupid.
Like, there's a lot of other things I can bitch about on, like, laptops, for example. Laptops, let me show you something. Well, the reason I bought this Acer Predator is because of these babies right here. Yeah. See those?
What?
Those are fucking buttons.
mouse buttons. Yeah.
Fucking buttons.
I know, right? Like, it's legit important to get those. I've got a really cheap wireless keyboard with a touch pen. Oh, yeah.
This is the new Acer Predator. I only use this one for gaming, but you can clearly see they didn't actually put any real buttons on that trackpad. They're there, but they're on the bottom. Sad. And it's shit.
Yeah, I tried playing Diablo 3 with the keyboard that I'm using because it's got a touchpad like that. And it's impossible because you have to do casting and hold down the button. And I'm trying to double tap it. I'm like, notice that I'm trying to hold you down.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
But that whole thing was copied from Apple because Apple's the first one to get rid of the trackpad button. And they expanded the size of the trackpad because they were using the tapping features. Well, especially if you want to game on a laptop without a mouse, you can't really use the tapping features at the same time because it causes erroneous input. So like a real gaming laptop usually has real buttons because you might be gaming on the go without a mouse. It's not the best thing, but you can do it if you get good at it.
These companies are trying to capitalize on the casual market, and the casual market is full of normies that don't know what the fuck they're doing.
That's another thing I've been bitching about to other people. Is like that laptop. The laptop I just showed you is something else, but is a thin laptop, and those are being marketed heavily right now. Are these thin little gaming laptops, and they're not really the best thing people should be buying for gaming. So,
well, I always laugh at that because I see really low end kind of laptops that people that have been kind of marketed this is great for your games, and I'm like, what, solitaire?
Yeah, they always advertise how thin it is, but it comes at the expense of how well it can cool itself. And like, this thing sounds like a Harrier jet when you game on it.
I bought my first laptop for college, and I got a quote unquote gaming laptop, and it maybe lasted like, I don't know, 6 months, 7 months before it started giving me issues because it would overheat from the beginning.
Yeah.
And from that moment, I was like, this is a bad idea to have a laptop for a gaming thing, because unless it's really made for it and has all the fans and shit, it's just a garbage hole for money.
Yeah, let me show you my old Acer looks like. I won't close it because it'll put me to sleep, but that's how thick the bottom is. That's almost an inch thick, right?
Oh,
but
my
this
God.
thing does not get hot on the bottom. You can use this wherever the fuck you feel like, and it does not get hot on the bottom. It is a great laptop. But
I had to go like try to find those like cooling pads and like things to stick the laptop on top of, and it still wouldn't do it. It was so sad.
Yeah, so the problem is not necessarily that thin gaming laptops can't be a thing, but you need to put in lower power components that don't heat up as much.
Yeah.
But that's not what they're doing. They're packing in the highest components they can fit into that size and then just designing the cooling system around it. But it's not the best idea, in my opinion. But then again, it's what they're pushing, and it seems to be selling. So what can I say?
You could say a lot, but
but I'll often tell people, like, if you're going to get a gaming laptop, get the thick boys. They're way better. And like, I don't use this mobile, but what's nice is that I can take it down and I can go to Lane's house and play games or show him shit on my laptop. I can take my entire computer with me. Lane's seen this laptop in person, right? I can't do that with a desktop. But it's a thick boy.
I wish I could do that with my desktop. I had the last time I bought mine to the computer store, I was like struggling to carry it. I was like, oh my God, if I drop this on any direction to and from, I'm gonna cry.
Yeah.
I was so prepared to as well. I was like, I'm gonna cry. I'm just gonna.
Yeah. No, I almost bought a desktop instead of that small thing, but like, because I was trying to get another thick boy laptop, but there's like a shortage going on right now, so I just bought a refurbished, cheaper one. So
a lot of people are buying technology and online shit for some strange reason.
Yeah. There is a predecessor to this thick laptop. It exists. It's just that they're not making them, or they don't have them in stock anywhere anyway. So
I still have my first one lying around somewhere.
Yeah.
It was a block.
Yeah.
Although I remember using my dad's laptop way back when I was in middle school because it was cool, and it had like a hook-on mouse ball. Yeah. And it was like, that one was a literal brick when you flicked it open, and you like turned it on and you could hear it just like, and I'm like, oh my God.
Most people haven't seen one of these before, but
what the hell?
Oh my God, it's a PDA thing.
It's a mini gaming laptop thing.
That's hilarious.
Does that have SNES buttons on it?
It's meant to look more like an Xbox gamepad.
What does it actually play?
It's got Intel integrated graphics, so it's not really the best thing, but it plays most older games. Like I can play Borderlands 2, for example.
Oh wow.
Play, anything that's not too high end. Borderlands 2 doesn't play that well, but it's playable. It's playable better than like the Vita version of Borderlands 2 was.
Where do you even find something like that?
These are made in China. This is like $600, but
China.
Well, let's not buy anything from China right now.
Well, at least this company that makes these in China actually has like a really good. They communicate with their fan base. They're a good company. And they keep designing cool devices that aren't really bound to the bullshit. But yeah, unfortunately, they are in China. So if World War III happens, we're probably not getting any more of these.
If World War III happens, we're probably not going to be getting a lot of stuff from China.
I'll be very sad about the computer, but not about much else.
Unless you want.
I don't know.
What about them?
Yeah, what about them? I didn't get my new GPD win.
China. After all, China is asshole.
Yeah.
Have you seen that clip?
No.
The China is asshole guy.
No. Have you? Is it the same one as China #1?
I don't know. I think it's a different guy.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Taiwan #1. Is that one?
China is asshole.
No, there's one where the guy was like playing an online game and he fakes an Asian accent and says Taiwan #1, and he gets a few of the Chinese players like really riled up like real quick.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, they go, fuck
Yeah,
you,
'cause it's
China
like-
#1.
Taiwan always pisses the fucking Chinese off.
Yeah.
Because it's like Taiwan and China had a bad breakup, but China's the crazy ass girlfriend doesn't want to acknowledge it.
Well, that's it. It's like you can say a lot about what you want to say about Chinese. This company is actually really good, and like I haven't used this one as much as I had hoped because like I use it when I travel, and I haven't been traveling very much recently.
Oh yeah, we can say what we want about China, and I will fucking do so. But I can also understand that there's a difference between the people of China and
the government. Yeah.
I mean, granted, the government is run by people, but at a certain point, there's a line to be had. It's like, are you a government official in China? You're government China. You are asshole.
Yeah, yeah.
For some strange reason, I want to watch the interview now.
Jesus Christ.
I love that movie so much.
Man.
We're still live. Okay, cool. No one took us down yet.
Oh man,
I don't want to tempt fate because
nudity. Let's do nudity.
I'm sorry. Two fat guys without shirts. It doesn't qualify as nudity. And as much as tight as this shirt is, I really don't feel like subjecting my audience to that shit.
Yeah.
Oh boy, you guys, you really know how to bring the ladies in.
Well, what can I say?
Full frontal nudity stream.
Look, I don't have much in the way of in the way of looks, but I'm sarcastic and I can overload on cute. So
yeah.
Anyway, I'm hiding myself now. For fuck's sake, I'm talking too much.
Yeah. Friggin'. But yeah, no, the tech industry is like, I don't know, the tech industry is either following Apple down the dumbass hole or just stagnating for the most part. The only market I see is like doing well is the PC gaming market, right? Because they're the only ones that don't follow Apple because it doesn't make any fucking sense for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
yeah, no, I think between Apple and like the Android issues, it's monkey see, monkey do. Yeah. They're always competing. So if they see Apple and they're like, Apple's doing great, what are they doing? And then they're like, oh, they're doing that crazy new thing. Well, we should do that. And they don't pay attention to the fact that a lot of people don't like it.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the stupid things they're doing now is charging exorbitant prices for a phone. Like your new iPhone, whatever model, I stopped keeping track because I'm not interested, but they're like they're like $1,500, and I'm like, well, for like $500 more, I got a brand new 17-inch gaming laptop with a GeForce 2080. But
I know, right? It's ridiculous.
It's like one of these is more valuable than the other by far, and it's not the phone. It's like, and maybe that's just my own value of products, but I'm starting to feel like it's really not. It's like the phone doesn't do that kind of gaming, and it's not really that valuable of a piece of hardware. It's like the only thing they push new on a phone, and I mentioned this in the last stream, so I won't go on 2 hours. It's just like how good the camera is. Go to like the first thing you talk about is the camera. It's like I use this camera for taking pictures of my cat.
I know. It's so funny. I've met people who are like, I'm getting this phone specifically because it's blah, blah, blah pixels. And I'm like, it's a camera.
Yeah, what are you gonna do with that camera?
Yeah. I'm like, here's a picture of my lunch. Gonna put that on Instagram. Thank God it's so high quality.
Yeah. In the engineering program, all your camera needed to be is good enough to take pictures of this shit. It's like, as long as that was legible, your camera worked. And yeah, most cameras can do that. So it's like, yeah, I don't understand why they're jacking up the cameras so much. I guess it's the only feature you can sell on a phone that looks like a slab, but you know. So anyway, yeah, no, I'm just upset that the tech industry's retarded. Like we're down to a bad future. In the 90s, I was always thinking, man, technology's great. I can't wait to see where things go. And this was not where I was hoping.
This is where things have gone.
Yeah.
I think this is the plateau of creativity for mankind.
Yeah.
No,
It's like-
I don't know about the creativity of mankind. It's just tech companies are up their own ass at this
Yeah,
point.
well,
Like,
yeah, they're just
you
trying to
can't.
make things- yeah. Their achievement is how thin they can make something, but they're not stopping to ask the question if they should make it thin.
But
Well,
you want to know something?
Yeah.
This exemplifies how ass back, the idiocy of technology progress.
Yeah.
Let's look at the evolution of the phone.
Yeah.
First, the cell phone started out, big and bulky. It was like a little radio with a fucking cord on it.
Yeah.
Then they went in size to a little bit smaller. They were still big and bulky. They flipped open. They had an antenna you had to open up.
Yeah.
And then and then they went smaller and smaller. Then we had Nokia,
Well,
then they had the Razors, the flip
the Razor
phones.
would be the first
And-
revolutionary phone, right?
Oh yeah,
Like,
the flip
it was a
phones.
thin phone, but it wasn't particularly powerful. But it had some neat features, and it was the best-selling phone of its time.
But there's a point I'm going with this. So
Yeah.
And then there were flip phones and there were slide phones and everything. And basically we went from big bulky bricks that you had to carry like a fucking military radio to make a phone call to little tiny things like this that could fold up and fit in your pocket.
Yeah.
After they pushed that, then what was the first thing that we got for smartphones? Big fucking things like this that couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
And now they're getting.
There were two pioneering smartphones to think about. There's the original iPhone, and then there's the Android. I can't remember what company it was called, the G1.
Either
the
way,
G1 was a phone that had a slide out, like it was a thick phone and it had a slide out keyboard.
yes, that's what I was talking. That's what I was. But okay, but
I had that.
that's when the smartphones came out, they sort of reverted back. They're all one whole size, and they're really big. They take up a stupid amount of space.
Yeah.
And then technology's been going. They've been getting smaller and smaller. Some of them actually been getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
But they've also been getting thinner and thinner. And now, as of maybe a year ago, they started making smart flip phones.
Yeah.
Okay, we are back at the point of rediscovering the technology of flip phones.
Yeah.
Like,
but have you seen how much the new Razor costs?
No, I don't want to know.
Yeah, it costs $1,500. You're going to know that it costs $1,500 to get the new Razor flip phone.
But it's just that sort of exemplifies
that.
The progress we've how far technology's progressed. It's like, okay, we got this far with brick phones and they fold up and everything. Let's make a smartphone that doesn't do any of that shit. And now it's like we're advancing down the same path. It's like people are going to realize young people are not going to know the miracles of the old flip phones, and they're going to freak out that, oh my God, this smartphone can fold in half.
Yeah.
And us old folk are like, you dumb motherfuckers. It's like you've not seen an old flip phone like this, where you had to text on it and hit the number 7 times to get to the letter you wanted.
Right. No, we again, like it's just like we've gone down this path of like things are going stupid, so stupid that we're just retreading the ground in a stupider way.
It's like
the Razor sold well. The original Razor phone cost $100 with a 2-year subscription.
Oh yeah.
Right? So that was how much it cost back in the day. Maybe a little more when it launched, but mine was an early model and it cost me $100 plus a 2-year subscription.
But it was also meant to be, a power saver.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't a smartphone, but smartphones didn't really exist at the time either. So it's like now you're trying to say $1,500, and they don't really do subscriptions anymore. You just got to fork over $1,500 fucking dollars.
Or you could just do a contract, that sort of thing.
No, it's the contract. I mean, the contracts aren't really done anymore with most companies. They've all switched over to they advertise a plan, but if you do a phone over 2 years, they divide up the cost of the phone over 2 years of payment, which is essentially the same as a contract.
Essentially a contract. As they did that with me. US Cellular did that with my phone. Yeah. My phone's technically all paid off now.
Yeah, mine is too. So
it's still a piece of shit, but
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's not a bad phone. It's just worn out, so it's getting it's in its age. It's getting.
I've got a Galaxy S8, but I that was probably the last headline phone I'm ever going to buy because they've gone so stupid. The 8 was like a push for me to buy, right? But like that, the mainline phones are all bad now. I wouldn't buy one. I wouldn't recommend anybody buy one unless they have a lot of money to waste. And even then, like I can think of a lot of better things to waste that amount of money on.
Like what? Actually, you know what?
Hookers
I
and
can
the blow at the same time.
If I had $1,500 to spend on a phone, I would drop it on a guitar.
Yeah.
I say that about a lot of things, mostly as a joke, but I'm fucking dead serious on this. If I had $1,500, I would use that as a down payment for a Gibson Les Paul.
Well, yeah. Well, here's the thing: you can go to the store and get like a moderately decent like smartphone for like $200.
Oh yeah.
You can go online and get an even better one for about $300.
It's not necessarily going to be the latest model, but it'll be good.
It'll be like 90% of the performance of the new models.
Yeah.
Right. For like a fifth of the price, and then you can take that $1,200 you saved and spend it on whatever the fuck you want. Right,
send it on a bunch of apps and Fortnite cash for the phone.
Yeah, I guess maybe I'm not the customer, but I bought a headline smartphone for my last 3 phones, right? And it's like now I'm not going to because they're stupid and they're overpriced. Mm-hmm. And it's like I'll just deal with a middling phone for a couple $100. Thanks, Alex. Yeah.
It's like I'll spend $200 on this phone that's gonna go obsolete in maybe 4 more years, but it's still gonna work better than that new piece of shit that's gonna go dead in a year and a half.
Oh, yeah. Did you hear about the new Samsung Galaxy S11?
No.
The fucking camera lenses are shattering out of nowhere.
Okay. So they're not like the old Galaxies. They're not blowing up anymore.
No, but what it is like the lens that covers the camera will just shatter for no good fucking reason. Probably thermal expansion, if I had to guess.
Where's AFK? She went quiet.
Yeah.
I'm here. I just didn't want to interrupt. I don't know anything. I don't really know anything.
I don't know. I don't know that much about this either.
Well, let me ask you: how do you feel about your phone? Like, do you think you're like, if on your next phone, would you be more likely to spend $1,500 on a new Samsung Galaxy S11, or would you just slum it in the $300 phone range and be happy?
Oh, I would just slum it. I don't like do computer science on my phone, so
yeah. Well, me neither. And like I don't know anybody who does because that'd be a silly thing to do. So why do you?
I do know people though. Yeah. I know people who would spend the money though. That's unfortunate. It's like they're that group.
Yeah.
They like every single time Apple updated, they'd be getting that new iPhone, even if it was like the iPhone 4, iPhone 4S, iPhone 4, blah blah blah, and they got.
I bet they
got every single one.
Like this one's quad core now and it has a 2 gigahertz processor. Like and you can respond to them like, do you know what that actually means?
Well, right. Well, I don't even know, but I always laugh because every time they were like, "Oh God, this is super awesome," blah blah blah, and I'm like, "It's just a phone with the camera and the internet browser, and you can get apps on it." I guess I'm one of those people who can't tell the difference.
This is a little depth in computers, but Apple announced at one point that I can't remember which phone it was, but they're like, this new phone's going to be 64-bit. Now, here's the thing about 64-bit computers, right? They need 64-bit software to get any sort of fucking benefit out of a 64-bit computer, right? That's you just mentioned your 32-bit Windows, right? Mm-hmm. But when you enter this transition period, right, when that's the first device that's 64-bit, all the software that is currently out is 32-bit. So what's the fucking point? Okay, yeah, maybe in a year all the software will be 64-bit compatible, but you're not even smart enough to notice that. I'm not smart enough to notice most of the difference. It's like it's like, and I'm a computer engineer. Yeah, there's a difference. I can tell you there's a difference, but like from an end user perspective, you can't really tell.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say it's kind of like if you try every single version of something, you will notice the difference if you're looking at like version 1 to version 4. Yeah. If you're like that crazy hardcore person. But if you're just like looking for a phone, any single one you pick up off the table at a phone store is going to be the same to you, except maybe look different on the outside. And it just
has the Apple logo on it.
Right. Well, I'm happy to ignore the Apple logo, but Actually, it's like I openly, I'm like, oh, you got an iPhone? Oh, that's too bad. You could do this and this with an Android.
Yeah.
But no, that's so yeah. I don't know. I like my phone, but I would never spend that much on it. I always look for deals in the first place.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know how this industry keeps doing what it does. Like they're contracts for payments on phone, paying divided by 24 months. Yeah, no, she's right. They did change it. It is a change for the better, but like the cost is kind of listed a little differently up front.
All right, sorry, I didn't mean to use all that much.
So this is again back to my explanation. Technology's gone stupid, right? Like now we're just charging fucking. You're like, I would rather tell people to just go buy a fucking gaming laptop for $1,200 than to tell them to buy a fucking a new phone, because you're gonna get more enjoyment out of the fucking gaming laptop.
Yeah, honestly, if you want to spend that much money, definitely drop it on a computer if you need something, because holy crap, just on a phone that you're gonna break in like a year and a half.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, we entered the age of stupid, and the stupid is being allowed by the consumer, because the consumer doesn't think anymore. They just go, Apple shiny.
Because the consumer is stupid.
Yeah, no, capitalism works better when consumers are picky about their products and actually think about things. But people don't want to think; they just want to buy.
No, they want to buy, and then they talk to people who criticize. Like, well, you don't like it, don't buy it. Like,
by the way, I don't mean everybody. Obviously, there are people who are picky, but one number.
I am so offended.
Yeah.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
How dare you, Twood?
Yeah. This is back to the headphones, right? The reason why you get those in-ear things that build up your earwax is because those are more popular than these things, right?
Yeah.
You can prove there's a demand for these things by the fact they cost $140 on eBay, but nobody seems to give a shit.
It's like that's the thing too. That really what it boils down to. The consumers are a good portion of the consumer base is stupid.
Yeah.
Now, and I mean, obviously not all of them. Obviously, if you get them down to an individual level and you speak to them, yeah, they may seem kind of reasonable. But the moment they get to that group think mentality, the moment a person becomes people, they just drop 50 IQ points just like that. They dropped it like a coal.
Yeah. I've often come out against the cult of Nintendo and the cult of Apple, where you get these companies that are they're so held in high regard by their audience that a lot of times their audience doesn't consider any bad points. And if you bring up a bad point about Nintendo or Apple, you're called crazy, you're stupid because you don't know what you're talking about. But it's like, are you sure you're just not allowing yourself to see any criticism of your favorite company?
It's like, that's like the way it is with anything too. It's like first if you bring it up and you're the vocal minority, it's like 1, you're just making shit up. 2, you don't know what you're talking about. 3, you're just crazy. And it's like 4, the last one is like, well, if you don't like it, just don't buy it. Like,
it's like
that doesn't solve the problem.
Yeah.
I
mentioned that Apple's ideas are making it into other products, right? So even if I don't buy the Apple product, I get the Apple product later, but with the shitty trackpad because everybody's fucking copying them.
Yeah. And it's especially in the video game senses, which is where you hear the if you don't like it, don't buy it thing more often than not, especially in regards to microtransactions. It's like there's no reason that shit should be normalized. Did you hear about Fallout 76?
Yeah.
And their new battle pass system. They're calling it season passes, but they're bringing in battle passes now.
Yeah.
They're pulling a fucking Fortnite.
Yeah,
the whole goal behind 76 in general was to make a live service that they could pull continuing revenue from. So
Fallout 76 is a shit.
Yeah, well, they failed at it, but that was the point. Is to do scummy practices. But yeah, anyway.
They're doing Bethesda being Bethesda, but it's one of those things. It's like, well, and the defense is always, well, if you don't like it, don't buy it. It's like, you motherfuckers don't realize it doesn't take a whole lot of seriously, it doesn't take a whole lot of people to, you can have a small, let's put it this way. A good majority. How do I want to say this? A good majority of people could not buy the deals, could not buy the microtransactions at all. Yeah. And that small minority, just investing enough that they could buy enough for that majority, gives the company that money to continue doing this.
Yeah.
It's not, it could be most of the time it is just a small group of people sinking a lot of money into those microtransactions.
Yeah.
And they're looking at us like, well, if you don't like it, don't buy it. Like, motherfuckers, we're not the ones buying it.
Yeah.
We're the ones dedicating our
and
time to playing.
But because enough money goes that way, it infects all games.
Yes. Because it makes enough money to make a profit, because good games don't sell very well anymore. They don't meet their projections, which their projections are blown out of fucking proportion anyway.
Can't remember if we talked about Dead Space 3, but Dead Space 3
we didn't, but I am very familiar with that.
Yeah.
I say it's like
Dead Space 3 sold like 5 million copies, which is nothing to shrug at, but EA saw that as like, well, that's
they saw that would be considered a success
to anyone else.
in many instances. That would be considered a moderate success, but because it's EA and they projected, what the hell did they project? Like
9 million. They wanted 9 million.
They projected 9 million. Yeah, they and that's the thing with Dead Space. With the Dead Space here, the Dead Space, what survival horror is a niche concept anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not. I'm not gonna say it's not mainstream, but it's like any particular genre that's not the flavor of the fucking generation. Yeah, like didn't we discussed this before? What
how
was
each
it?
console generation has?
Yeah, the first the console generation right around PlayStation era was the JRPG, and then Xbox and them started. What did Xbox start? The FPS or no?
Yeah, Xbox was FPS, but also what was popular at the time were the walking, like the Resident Evils and Onimusha style games.
Yeah,
very popular throughout the PS2, but they ended on the PS2.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah, I have to get going actually, but thanks for letting me hang out with you guys some more
again.
Yep.
Have fun.
And you guys too. Bye.
Nighty night. But she's a lot of fun to have. Yeah. She's a lot of fun to talk to. Thank you for being with us. I'm pretty sure we'll send an invite next week as well, and she'll join us then too. I'll have to change the title again to Atlantean.
Soon I can come visit me.
Atlantean and TWOOD and AFK. I'll have to change the title again at some point.
Jeez.
But yeah, you know what? You're gonna have to bring your ass to Maine as soon as this shit. Did you hear?
Honestly, I'm kind of homesick.
She extended the fucking quarantine to the middle of June.
Yeah.
And you want to know what her reasoning is? It's so fucking backwards. It's like, we can use this to get federal money for funding. Like, you dumb bitch. You spend everything we saved up. You have us in a spending hole.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of that, I guess there was another stimulus thing put through.
Yeah, by the Democrats.
By Pelosi and them. It's like
that concerns me because they always have other motives these days, and I don't know.
We don't. But here's the thing: we don't need it at this point.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say we don't need, but let's cover the bit. It's like the first one cost us $3 trillion. That's $3 trillion we didn't have.
Yeah.
Like we're already in the hole. That just we're already we're about up to here in shit. Yeah. We're barely breathing through our nostrils right now.
Yeah.
And then this new plan is adding on, I don't know, another round. So it's going to be like another 4 or 5 trillion. Yeah. Plus they're taking out, the Social Security thing. So immigrants can get it without, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But it's like, we don't have, think about how far the first one, $3 trillion. It was one payment for $1,200 a month.
Financial system.
Yeah.
It's like, it got us a month and a half, $3 trillion for every American, obviously, going up, and the higher up, obviously the higher up you go, the less you're going to get, but there aren't that many people on that high end.
Yeah. Let me share a YouTube video with you real quick here. It's only 30 seconds.
So I can stop yelling.
Cash in the financial system, and there's an infinite amount of cash at the Federal Reserve, an infinite amount of cash at the Federal Reserve, an infinite amount of cash.
What?
You can't just print more money.
I saved the economy.
We're trillions of dollars in debt. The debt to GDP ratio is out of control. Who's going to pay for it?
Haha. Money printer go boom.
Play that again. Play that again.
No, we got other ones to watch.
Oh, come on.
This is a meme. There's multiples of it.
I love the ha 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 thing go bird. Oh my fucking Christ.
Caramel dancing.
Did he really say that the Federal Reserve has an infinite amount of money?
I guess. Let's take a look at it again.
Like, could he really fucking say that?
There's enough cash in the financial system, and there's an infinite amount of cash at the Federal Reserve, an infinite amount of cash at the Federal Reserve, an infinite amount.
No, you can't just print more money.
I saved the economy.
We're trillions of dollars in debt. The debt to GDP ratio is out of control.
I like how he's being drowned out.
Haha. Money printer go boom.
That's just fucking great. Oh fucking hell! Are you being suggested Tim Pool stuff still?
I watched Tim Pool, so
Yeah, I was like, I watched Tim Pool too, but I've been fucking YouTube algorithm's been going on a kick lately.
yeah.
I mean, one, it's recommending shit that I don't want to. Sometimes I listen to music on there.
Yeah.
And now that, it's like here in the home recommendations, like your mix. I keep it's like, motherfucker, I don't want to keep
The
suggesting
mixes never go away, by the way. No matter how many times you say not interested to a mix, they just bring up another one. Like sometimes.
No, it's like it's not even they bring up another. The same one. Show the fuck back up.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I get it. I know I've listened to this stuff, but your mixes suck. You're just playing the same videos I've listened to over and over again. That's not a mix. That's just a repeat list.
Well, the reason they want you to watch the mixes is because they'll throw ads in, right? They just want you to put on the mix and let it play forever, right? And so they can gather lots of ad revenue. They're trying to make a Spotify-like thing.
Oh, for fuck. But they've been doing it for a while, and it used to work. I'm not saying it actually used to work. You'd have different suggested videos that would pop up, and it would just autoplay. It was good, and then they had the mix. It's not even a mix. It's just based on videos that you used to like. Fucking, I'm gonna go ape shit. I'm gonna lose my voice if I start yelling again.
Yep. But no, they're yeah, no, that's another tech industry that's just gone to the shitter. Like YouTube's gonna be so ruined by the time they're done with it, and it's like they took something that people YouTube's a daily part of people's lives, and they're just gonna fucking ruin it
because they don't want their motives have changed. One, it's run by Google.
Yeah.
And two, they've sort of changed everything because they got acquired by Google. They have ad revenue now, and well, they're the only ones in control. There's no other platform that can compete with them. Sure, there are other platforms, and I know some smarmy prick's gonna say, well, there's BitChute and there's Daily Motion. It's like those sites exist. They don't actually compete with YouTube. Okay. That's like a little ant trying to fight a car.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the ants could get in there if they tried, but they're only gonna take little sugar crystals away, and you're driving with the entire fucking bag.
Yeah.
What? Oh, something on your screen?
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen this.
The Jolin one.
Yeah.
Oh god, this is so gonna get us flagged.
That video keeps getting taken down. That's not the original author. The original author, like I checked out his stuff. He makes some of the weirdest fucking creepy YouTube videos. It's not quite as bad as some. Here we go. Like,
and by the way,
what is that? Seven Stoffels?
Yeah.
Sven Stoffel.
That turned blonde in the sun, and the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down, so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
Did you gotta play that again? What?
So there's another one. Let's see.
No, I want to see that one again first. That one is. You gotta send me the link for these
By the way,
two.
I got hairy legs that turn that turn.
Careful with this one.
In the sun. Reach in the pool and rub my leg down, so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap.
I love the fucking roach in the background.
Yeah.
I learned about roaches. That's some South Park level shit.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Thank you all for listening.
Oh my god. What is this?
Joe. Joe. Joe.
Oh my god.
No. Joe. Joe.
We have a new challenger.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
Not much.
Sorry. Oh my fucking Christ.
This is ridiculous.
Oh shit. I don't believe you ever met TWOOD. Angelus.
Hey, this is ridiculous.
Okay, I can hear somebody's YouTube playing in the background.
Yeah, I just closed mine.
It's like I can hear myself talking to myself.
Yeah.
Was me, I think.
Oh, you got a bit of, you good? You got a bit of a delay?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, he's a little laggy. Yeah, he's a little laggy. I can.
Because I live in New Hampshire, I have to crush these and put these in the garbage.
Why? Oh, because they don't.
Because every time they suggest doing, bottle redemption, they start. People go, well, that sounds like a tax.
Well, I mean,
Oh, the trash can wasn't behind me, or whatever.
yeah, yes and no. I don't know.
How's it going tonight, Angelus?
It's going all right. I just finished up cleaning everything and rearranging.
Yeah,
so.
you have a good backdrop there. I like it.
It
Looks better than this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, I like my little blanket until I can get a chance to rearrange and get more room and maybe get a fucking green screen.
Yeah.
I'd like to get a green screen, but
I'm gonna put a caveat on that. I want a green screen, but I want a good green screen. I don't want just a green fucking sheet that looks green under the right specific light and looks like the golden white dress in every other light.
Mm-hmm.
But no.
Oh man.
Who's playing Final Fantasy? Is that you?
That's me. It's in the background. I'll mute it.
No, it's fine. I'm hearing it. Like, what the fuck is going on? It's like, is it? Are you playing it, or is it just a video you're watching?
That's my PS4 theme.
Ah.
Mine's the PS2 theme.
They gave us a free FF7 remake theme for the desktop on there, so
yeah,
that's what I'm rocking.
I'm rocking
for the PS4, the pre-order theme.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah.
What the fuck was I gonna say? I forgot what I was gonna say. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, an idea that I floated with Mikey I say the reason we didn't have a stream last weekend was because I was at Mikey's house.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would have been here and trying to do another weekend stream. But I'm like, I went out there. But him and I, because we played Mutant League football, right, Tristan?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I came up with a wise idea of recording us playing Mutant League football.
Yeah.
And then during a live stream with the overlay, doing like a commentary on it. but do it in such a way that we have like the generic ESPN type OBS layout with the scrolling words and everything.
Cool. Yeah,
and then have a green screen behind us and just going through the compositing and have this really shitty generic backdrop of a news office.
Yeah.
Or something like that, and just do a live stream commentary of our recorded football game.
Well, I'd be willing to bring in my I forget the Mega SG to do that, so we can play it on the HDMI.
I also came up with the idea like instead of doing it on recorded footage, do it with two other people actually live playing.
Yeah. You tried to do that in an original Genesis on an HD TV, you wouldn't be able to see what was going on.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't be able to see what was going on.
Yeah. Just because of the fuzzy picture. Shit. Oh, I don't know where my multi-tap. I have to get my multi-tap before we do that, though. And then I have to find a bunch of controllers.
I don't think Mutant League football or hockey was multi-tap thing.
I think Mutant League football is. One of them is, and one of them isn't.
I think hockey might be. Hang on a second.
One of them is 4-player and the other one isn't.
I think Mutant.
I don't think I've ever played it.
Yeah,
you've never played it.
It's back in the day. EA.
Sega, right?
Yeah, the old Genesis.
I had a Super and regular Nintendo, so I didn't have a Genesis then.
Yeah.
The only Genesis thing or Sega thing I had was the Game Gear.
Game Gear was fun. I played so much Sonic 2.
Yeah, that's what I played a lot too.
When I think back on it, I played my Game Gear a lot until Pokemon came out. Anyway, the only other Game Boy games I played were the Kirby games and Super Mario World, of course.
Yeah, I waited until Game Boy Color came out, and then that's when I decided to get a Game Boy because I was like, "This is a downgrade."
Yeah. Yeah, but they got the games. That was the sad thing. As much as I am a fanboy, like it's like the Game Gear for some reason just didn't get the games. It's like
substitute tired.
That's true.
Substitute tired goalies with a demon net. I love that fucking thing.
Didn't they like talk about re-releasing a Mutant League game or something?
I think they did something like that.
I don't really trust modern remakes anyway because I usually try to make them in 3D and they look like shit. Like whenever they do a remake in 3D, it looks awful. Like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles reshelled.
That was more
bad.
That was a remake more of the original arcade game.
Yeah, but it still looked bad.
Oh, of course,
like the original sprite work, even on the Super Nintendo, looks better. It's like,
yeah, I always liked the Power Rangers beat 'em up on the movie one on Super Nintendo.
I prefer the
movie
Sega
one.
Genesis. I prefer the Sega Genesis one better.
Yeah.
Only because the Sega Genesis one actually follows the fucking movie.
Yeah, but it adds in a bunch of stuff, doesn't it?
It talks stages 3 through 5 cover the events from the second season of the show.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Which basically covers the power trans. It was basically the power transfer arc.
Yeah.
Where Aisha, Adam, and Rocky figure out that Billy is a Power Ranger and the rest of them are the Rangers.
Yeah.
And then stage 3 of the Genesis. Stage 1 in the Genesis starts in the beginning of Angel Grove, and then it goes through a cut scene of the movie events. Like you would have been better off just making a fucking just making stages of these. But no, it's like they make a cut scene of them.
Yeah.
And then stage 2 is you're back in Angel Grove, but you have your powers again, even though you never technically lost them. You just saw the cut scene. And then you're fighting the ooze men, and you're fighting, and then you end up fighting the big monsters.
Yeah.
I'm fucking brain dead, and we've been going for almost 4 hours, so I can't fucking
I
think
usually
very
call it
know.
about
straight.
4
I apologize.
Yeah.
But the ectomorphicon, not the the ectomorphicons.
I want to play the
and you-
Hyperstone heist again with you.
and you fight those in the second stage.
Yeah.
Nighty night, night, Mama Atlantean. Have fun.
Yeah.
So you're actually, in stage 2, you go through the streets, and then you go to a Zord battle where you choose the Megazord or the Falcon, and you beat the shit out of the Hornet, but you don't kill the Hornet, and you beat the shit out of the Scorpion, who then explodes. And then it goes to stage 3, which sort of starts with a flash. It's something that didn't actually happen in the movie, but it was a flashback for the sake of it happening. And stages 3, 4, and 5. You're pretty familiar with the show, I imagine.
Oh yeah.
You've been on Rookie Critics Power Rangers stream. But stage 3 starts with the Sentinel. What the hell was the Scarlet Sentinel in the park? The Scarlet Sentinel episode there, where you're fighting through Angel Grove and the putties and the fucking Sentinels. That actually is one of my favorite levels of the game. And then at the end of that, it goes through a Zord fight where you fight the big 3 again. And then 4 goes on to goes into the caves, which was the baby arc. I don't remember the name of the episode, but it was where Billy was found out.
Yeah.
And the ninja, I think it was like the ninja encounter or something like that.
Okay.
I don't.
The ninjetti powers then, or
no. No, this was before the power transfer.
oh, okay.
That was stage 4 in the Sega Genesis game. And then stage 5 actually was the power transfer. They go to the planet, and you're kicking. At the end of the level, you're basically beating the shit out of the statue.
No, wow.
The statue has its own life bar, and you're beating the shit out of it. All the while in the background, Serpentera is doing his thing, and debris is literally falling on the ground. And then it goes to stage 6, which is basically a final Zord fight with Ivan Ooze in the fucking So I played the movie one for the SNES as well, and it's fun. But in terms of calling it the movie, the only real connection it has is Ivan Ooze.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
but it's
some
fun.
of the games,
it's
they had to like. It's funny because the nature of the show being like a translated Japanese show, like they could do that with some of the games too, and like the movie was an American thing, right? So
the TV show was mostly an American thing too. The only thing that was really taken from the Japanese
footage from Sentai,
well, that's what I'm saying. But the storyline itself was completely different.
But the entire movie was,
for the most part. Some seasons it's pretty
they
close
followed,
to the original.
They follow the same beats, but I mean,
but as far as I'm aware, the entire movie was like exclusive.
It was an American.
The original movie
and maybe
the Turbo movie were exclusive. Yeah.
This is knowing nothing about the game other than having played it. That maybe they just like added Ivan Ooze to like a Japanese game. I don't know what games are available in Japan for the.
I think the movie games were developed, but there were different houses developing them. Kind of like the old school Power Rangers games.
Yeah, but if they had a Japanese,
sort of like the Tournament Fighters, Ninja Turtles, where you have like 3 different versions of the same damn game.
Yeah, sort of. But the Tournament Fighters is still a fighting game.
Yeah.
The only thing that's really different is
the story and some of the characters.
Yeah. With the Power Rangers games, because you had the very first Power Rangers on the Super Nintendo, which I have, by the way. I picked that up at.
I have that too.
Yeah.
I need to get the movie one though.
But the reason I say that is like they might not have released one for the Genesis because the Genesis was super unpopular in Japan, whereas it was in the lead in Japan in 1994.
What are you talking about?
Sorry, in the lead in the U.S. rather in 1994. So they would have to make an all original version for the Genesis, whereas like the Super Nintendo should already have a Super Sentai game for it, right? And probably
the games based. I think the Power Rangers games based on the American show. I think were American developed.
Okay, I was gonna say because I know the NES. There are Super Sentai NES games.
Yeah, there are Super Sentai games, but the Power Rangers thing was developed with the Power Rangers audience in mind.
Yeah.
So they're not conversions of other games; they're completely made up.
I was gonna say you could easily change the sprites on a Super Nintendo game to make it.
Yeah, they were, but it was like because the Super Nintendo one was an average beat 'em up.
Yeah.
But the Sega Genesis version of the original Power Rangers game was a fighting game, like Street Fighters, Eternal Champions, something like that.
Yeah.
And then the Game Boy game was like a scaled down version
Power Rangers,
of
the fighting edition.
Yeah.
Oh, that was for Super. That was
Yeah.
What was that? Zords fighting, basically.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah, the Zords versus like the monsters and stuff.
You know, so there's like the original one had like 3 different versions, and then the fighting edition was its own separate thing.
Yeah.
And then, the movie game.
And there was a Zeo Battle Racers as well for Super Nintendo.
But it's like, the movie game itself, again, it was developed for the Game Boy, for the SNES, for the Sega Genesis, for the Game Gear, and each one was pretty much different.
Yeah.
It's like the Genesis one played more like Streets of Rage or Hyperstone Heist, that sort of thing, the 3D background and everything, and the stage length and everything. Whereas the Super Nintendo version, I'm really losing my voice. God damn. The Super Nintendo
That's like
version
Aladdin for Super, and then for Sega, I like the Sega one version better.
Yeah.
That I played at a buddy's house, but
but the Genesis
Sega Genesis version has a lot of unfair advantages that the Super Nintendo version didn't get because it was developed in America. For example, they actually had Disney animators making special frames of animation for them.
Oh, nice.
Yep, that is absolutely true.
Then again, they also that was also by David Perry and Tommy Tallarico doing the programming and the sound. So, which is a 16-bit power to it. They went on to make Earthworm Jim later. So quite unfair, and that's why that game.
I was always really bad at Earthworm Jim.
I never played Earthworm Jim.
I could never get past that damn water level with the glass thing. I could never get past that.
I never had it back in the day, so I never really played it much. But
you know who I struggled with? The goldfish fight.
Yeah. But I played all the other.
That's a joke. That's a joke. Yeah. The goldfish fight in Earthworm Jim is like the easiest fight. You just walk over and you knock the bowl over, and the goldfish dies.
Yeah.
That's funny.
You ever play the game Booger Man?
I tried it.
No.
Didn't really set with me. One game that I played.
So we played through it. It was pretty fun.
One game that I played. I actually played on the Sonic Collection Plus.
Yeah.
Was the Ooze.
Oh yeah.
Never played it.
That one it's fun.
It's one of those Sega Genesis titles that was like kind of secret, but they release it in compilations, so people actually get to play it.
No, it wasn't a secret game. It was a release game.
I never heard of it back.
Yeah, it was like Booger Man. It's one of those.
That's because there was so much stuff released back in the day that it was like. And as a kid, like you're never gonna hear about all that stuff, and no internet.
I mean, you'll see ads in the paper, in the flyers and everything. You'll see it.
I used to get Sega Visions magazine when I was a kid, and I saw a lot of the games I ended up playing. But then again, I probably didn't read it that thoroughly as a kid.
I'll say, it was Sega Technical Institute, the Comic Zone guys.
Yeah.
As far as
I love
Power
Comic
Rangers
Zone.
goes, I really wish we would get a good Power Rangers game here. Like Battle for the Grid is good, but it's such a missed opportunity. Like they could have had every single team in that game, and we got like a handful, if that.
Wasn't Battle for the Grid just an elaborate fighting game anyway?
Yeah, it's basically a fighting game, sort of like
we need to
Street Fighter or whatever.
Yeah, we need to bring
some of the
back
Japanese titles are like sort of like Dynasty Warriors-esque. Like they have stuff like that or things like that. But even with like Kamen Rider, they have like a Kamen Rider Sentai, like Dynasty Warrior-esque game over there. But we get the crap.
I don't know. I think the world's been flooded with too many Dynasty Warriors clones because, like,
True.
Lately, like they've been making, like, or at least not anymore, but for a couple of years there, they were basically just whoring themselves out. After Dynasty Warriors Gundam proved popular, they're like, what else can we whore out? Okay, let's do One Piece. Let's do Berserk. Let's do. They did a Gintama game. They did all kinds of fucking, and they're all.
I really liked the Gundam fighting game that they had on PS1, I believe.
Yeah.
I forget what it's called, but I think I still have it somewhere.
Somewhere.
I still have my old Symphony of the Night copy from PS1.
I only have that as a download on PS3. I'm not gonna try and hunt down a physical copy because I really don't feel like paying a stupid price for it.
I've given up on collecting most games because it's
some of the prices for them are crazy.
God,
like just like certain markets are flooded and overvalued, and it's like. I haven't expanded my Super Nintendo collection just because of that. Like it's like I didn't have many Super Nintendo games. It's like so, but if I want to get even just generic classics, they cost way too much money.
Like I want the movie one, and the movie one isn't the movie Power Rangers for SNES isn't exactly cheap.
Yeah,
and then same with Tournament Fighters for SNES isn't cheap at all. And I had a copy of that.
Anything Turtles or Power. Huh? Sorry.
I had a copy of a lot of the stuff, and like when you're kids, your parents see that you're not playing with things, so they're like, "Oh, hey, let's sell this stuff."
Yeah.
You don't need it. It's like, damn it to hell.
Yeah.
They did it with my 64 and everything too.
Yeah.
No, I was a kid. I was dumb, and I sold my Sega Genesis after I got a Sega Saturn. And in hindsight, I really shouldn't have done it because I had a fucking collection of games, and I can't even remember half of them anymore.
Yeah.
But there's like 20 some odd games, a slew of fucking controllers.
I've just given up on collecting, and I just buy flash cartridges. And like for my Sega CD and my TurboGrafx CD, I just have the images on a hard drive and burn them to disk and play them.
Yeah.
If I knew where to get them, it'd be hard. It's hard to do though because
I have all the images and they're up on my NAS. You can download them right now.
Yeah, wait. You have all ROM images, even from.
I have all Sega CD US images. I don't have any of the Japanese ones.
Okay. What about other than Sega CD?
I have TurboGrafx ROMs and I have a bunch of Sega Genesis ROMs. I was on a private tracker for video games before some anti-piracy outfit took it out, and like every time I got a flash cartridge, I download the ROMs and the CD images for it, so you could just play them. Right. The early CD systems have no copy protection, so you just need the image.
You need the image. You can burn the disc.
Yeah, like there's especially TurboGrafx CD where those games are rare to begin with, so even the shitty games cost a lot of money. So like if you want to play some of the rare games, you just burn the disc and enjoy them.
Yeah.
It's way better than wasting your money, in my opinion. Like that's why I don't collect games anymore. It's just like it's a waste of money. I could spend to my bitching about cell phones. It's like I can think of a lot of better things to spend that money on.
Yeah. I have a couple that are worth like GameCube games aren't exactly that expensive, but I have
some of them are
the Metal Gear Solid remake that they did.
The Twin Snakes.
I have that.
It was a remake.
Priced game right now, so
I
one
have
of the higher end GameCube games, and I only played it for like 30 minutes because I beat the original. Like I only played it for 30 minutes, so I was like,
some of those rare games that cost hundreds of dollars aren't even that fun to play.
Yeah, exactly.
Twin Snakes isn't a rare game though.
No,
Yeah.
it's not.
This copy,
It's worth
this
a lot.
game sold millions. It's not a rare game by any means.
Yeah.
But because it's fucking Metal Gear, and because people aren't selling it all that much, and because
Mm-hmm.
if you want a fucking case and a manual,
The
go
only
with the
thing-
2 discs.
The only thing I speculatively said years ago that would hold any value were PSP games, and they are speculatively going up in value. Mostly the Xseed games from Xseed Falcon games are worth a lot.
Okay.
So, and I have all of those because I was a big fan at the time. I wasn't buying them to collect them; I was buying them to play them. So
Say collectors are goofy.
yeah. It's like
I still have my Parasite Eve 1 and 2 on PS1 as well.
yeah, PS1 RPGs and action games are actually worth a lot of money.
I've never played Parasite Eve.
But yeah, no, if you actually have a Sega CD and you want to play the games, I can share the images with you. I can't put them on the internet, but I can put them. Well, technically they are on the internet. It's just on my.
Mhm.
It's
You
on
can't
my
put them publicly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just spent
Oh.
$600 on it. I'm going to justify it any way I can.
You know what a game I want to play for a stream? I want to do this for a stream someday.
I've heard that's bad, but I've never played it myself. So
Never played it.
I'm gonna come at it from a certain perspective. It's not that bad. It's not
Everything after Mortal Kombat 2 for SNES up to was it 9? Like everything in between then and 9, I never played. So as far as Mortal Kombat goes,
yeah.
Yeah.
The Genesis games, even though the Genesis games are kind of hard to look at because the color depth isn't enough.
But they're so much fun.
The Genesis games always have a smoother feeling when you're playing them, but they just don't look as good.
No, they don't. But trying to mitigate that by playing the 32X version, it just looks worse.
The 32X version looks okay. I mean,
No, it looks like the bastard child of the SNES and the Sega Genesis version.
Yeah.
And the Sega Genesis version has it's like the 32X has the dominant genes of the Sega Genesis version.
Yeah. Well,
and the 32X gets
the weird conundrum back in the day is that the Sega Genesis actually has a higher resolution than the Super Nintendo. In general execution, most Sega Genesis games have higher resolution than the Super Nintendo. It's not by a lot, but it's noticeable in a few games. But it's so when they did the conversion, I guess it's a little bit bigger looking on the sides than the Super Nintendo, but the color depth really doesn't do it any favors because you can't have more than 64 colors on those nice rotoscoped backgrounds, and not backgrounds, but the character images and the backgrounds. So you can't really do those any justice on the Genesis. But you can get more of it on the screen. But that's about it.
Oh man.
So it's hard to decide. It's like if you really the Sega Genesis also plays them a bit smoother, but it's like I don't know. I played both of them. I played actually the Super Nintendo version more than I did the Genesis version of Mortal Kombat 1 and 2. And,
I played the Genesis versions mostly because it's all I had.
well, you see, I didn't have a Super Nintendo, but my friend did, and he had both Mortal Kombat games. And I didn't end up getting them myself. I just go to his house and play them.
So my buddy had the SNES versions as well, and playing the SNES version of Mortal Kombat 2, I'm like, yeah, sure, it looks nicer, but it doesn't have the same effects that the Genesis does. It doesn't have the similar effects the arcade does, and the sound effects are all fucking generic.
Yeah.
Like the same punch is just the same old.
Yeah.
For any sort of punch, it could be a groin punch that's hit with a bolt, hitting with a thumb. It still makes that sound. It's like motherfucker. And then of course the scream is like, oh, like.
Yeah. Well, so the Super Nintendo sound chip, and I think so. I'm trying to explain why that probably is. Like the Super Nintendo sound chip is good, but to feed it with good samples takes a lot of storage space. So, you would just use one punch sound effect, right? And that would be a good sounding punch sound effect, but you'd only hear.
If you have a Wii and Smash Brothers, you can just emulate pretty much all the NES and a bunch of other stuff on it.
You had to have an old Wii though to homebrew.
I sold my Wii back in like when it was still popular. When I realized like, mine was just
I still
collecting
have my Wii.
like
I
it was
still
collecting dust.
I want to pick
It's a backwards compatible one too that plays GameCube games. So
I want to pick up
that's
another
the only reason I
Wii.
kept it.
Yeah.
I want to pick up another Wii just so I can stream Umbrella Chronicles.
I would like to get another Wii at some point. Like I've been thinking about it. It's just like,
Just
but I still don't
because
regret selling.
I'm going to turn my camera because I had a Wii for the longest time, and I picked up. Have you played Resident Evil much, Angelus?
Yeah, I played up to 5. I haven't played 7, and I didn't play all of 6. I literally played the first chapter of Leon's story, and I'm like, yeah, I'm done. No,
fuck this. I actually played through all of 6. I enjoyed it.
I hated how you can play it out of order. It's so dumb. Like, why do the episodic thing? Just have a story start to finish.
Because each campaign intertwines.
So what? You could do that like with a full campaign, like the whole way through.
It's also it's also different game. It's different gameplay styles. They tried to appease everybody, and they came out with a mediocre game.
Yeah, they should have just did what they did with 5. Had to play from the beginning to the end. Yeah, they intertwine. You switch characters. That'd be fine. But
they shouldn't have even done what they did with 5.
Man.
5 did everything that 4 did, just without the camp. And without the self-awareness.
Yeah.
You know, it's like 4 is fucking amazing. But
4 is all right.
Hey, now.
It's all right. I don't know.
I
like 4, but like 1, 2, and 3 are like the best. And with tank controls.
So if you guys want to fight this out,
I have the new remakes.
I have not played or watched any footage from any Resident Evil game. And you two can use me to make a decision.
Okay.
You need to play
I'm a rare animal. No, this is your one chance to get me.
I played the Resident Evil 1 remake for what was it, GameCube?
It was GameCube.
So bad. Like, if I can kill the yawn snake with the damn knife because of the way the room is laid out, there's a problem. Like, it wasn't scary.
The remake was designed to change things up. I mean, obviously, if you're experienced as an RE player, you're gonna have an easy time no matter what fucking game you're playing.
Yeah, but even in the original with the horrible controls, the horrible controls, yeah, they're bad controls. Like
they're tank
that's
controls.
What adds to the tension and the
here's the funny thing
of the game.
Here's the funny thing. Resident Evil 4 has fucking tank controls.
Yeah.
It has tank controls. Forward moves you forward, back moves you back, left and right fucking turn you. The only difference is the camera's up Leon's ass, so you're not really noticing it. It's still tank controls.
Yeah.
God damn, I gotta stop talking.
And then Nemesis in 3.
I love
the
Nemesis.
tension with him. I hear it's a lot. I haven't played Resident Evil 3 remake, but from what I'm hearing, it's a lot of scripted moments with him and less just him just showing up.
Well, there's a caveat because even in the original, Nemesis didn't show up unless he was scripted, and he would only follow. And the reason he would follow you around is because he showed up in a scripted area. Like he would like. In the police station specifically, once you run inside, he wasn't meant to show up.
Yeah.
But after you complete a certain couple of tasks and then you run away, his scripting kicks in, he breaks through that wall, and then boom, he's Mr. Xing your ass all over the place. So that one scripted moment caused him to show up.
Yeah.
And it just sort of went from there. Resident Evil 3, the remake, compared to RE2 remake, it's
I hear it's rushed.
Well, it's not. I'm not gonna be able to give you an honest opinion because I fucking love the game. Even though it is short, it could very well have. Resistance can fuck off a bridge for all I care. But the gameplay itself, on the average length, if you play through it once, the average playthrough is going to be maybe 7-8 hours.
Ugh.
That will don't hold on a second. That's including the movies. That's including the game. That includes, the first time through, you're gonna get yourself fucked up a lot.
Yeah.
It also depends on what difficulty you play on too.
Mm-hmm.
If you start the game on a hard mode or a normal mode, I think you only get the 2 options, right? But
normal is what I usually play on.
Yeah, but on a first playthrough, it's cutscenes and all. It's about 10, so 7 to 10 hours, depending on how well you play.
Mm-hmm.
If you're rushing through it and skipping the cutscenes, well, it's going to be done in like 4 or 5 hours.
Cool.
If you're playing normally, if you're not speedrunning, going for an S rank. So it's about just based on that alone, it's about one campaign of Resident Evil 2.
Okay.
But it's still pretty short, but it has some replay value to it.
All right.
That's the caveat. That's the wonderful thing about short games. I played through that one. I haven't played through it recently, but 3 or 4, 2 or 3 days after having it, I finished it once in like 2 days, and then I played through it. Like 4 more times within the next 2 days.
All right.
Just because it's that short and boom, 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 getting it done. I haven't had a desire to go back to Resident Evil 2 since I finished it.
Okay.
And that was a year ago.
Mm.
But anyway, back to the point I was saying. It's short. I'm sorry, man.
No,
it's fucking late.
Yeah, I'm getting tired, man. It's been 4 hours.
I'm beyond tired. I spent all day delivering, and I spent the last 4 hours yelling into a microphone. Making
that'll do
people
it.
laugh. But no, Resident Evil 3 Remake is fun. I like it. If you're going in expecting Resident Evil 2, don't. You're going to be disappointed. But
I waited till Black Friday to get the Resident Evil 2 remake. And I'm probably going to do that with 3 as well. Wait until it's like 20-something bucks. Or I think I paid $15 for it.
The Resident Evil 2 remake was worth the price of admission. The Resistance multiplayer in 3 is actually really fun. But it's one of those things that I would probably rather have like a group of friends doing it instead of doing it with randos. And if I had friends that actually played that fucking game, I would play it in spades.
Yeah.
Just because I like fucking with my friends.
Right.
And,
Might as well call it here tonight. I'm like,
all right.
I'm gonna fall asleep in my chair.
That's why I turned the camera off.
Yeah.
It's gonna look weird if I'm on camera and my eyes are shut. I'm looking like I'm dozing off like Grandpa Biden.
Yeah.
But I'm still talking about my hairy legs and the kids that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That video is weird.
I'm sorry.
I'll play some more mind warping videos from some other people next time.
Oh man.
I'm a connoisseur of the weird part of YouTube.
Oh God. Yeah, he's definitely got the weird stuff down. So.
Anyway.
Hold on. Well, before we head off, let's at least end the broadcast nice and nice. So, pardon me for sounding creepy and disheveled. It's been a very long night. And I've been yelling and screaming and ranting since the beginning. So, thank you all. Oh, shit. I knocked the microphone over before I finish this. I'm done. Thank you for watching. I will catch you all later.
Later.
Hold on.